down, 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 bow, bow, bow. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to this Sunday morning where I forgot to put on music. That's right, I forgot to put on music, but fear not, there it is. There it is. Boom. Beautiful. Generic, congratulations on first. Holy moly. There we go. All right. So, what are we doing today? Today, we are, the goals are we're going to sink the trash, get that so we can pick up trash, put it on our head, and then run around on both host and client. And then hopefully, if we can get that going, we're going to do removing the trash and putting it in the bin. Putting the trash in the bin. I was thinking, when it comes to the bins, and I don't think we're going to do it. I don't think we are. But with the bins, it might look weird that they're just like constantly empty. So one thought that crossed my mind was to fill the bins with the pieces of trash that we collect. But I think an alternative route is we just make better bin models with like a top on it. If we make a lid on our bin model like that, just like a big lid, then I think that kind of takes away the need for that. We can make the inside of the garbage can just like a bottomless void, just darkness in there. And I think that would solve the need for doing something like that. Because having open containers like this, not the play. Definitely not the play. If a virus creator accidentally runs his virus that leaks all your information, what happens? If a virus creator accidentally runs his virus that leaks all your information, what happens? I think then all my information's leaked. No? Camilos, congratulations on second. North Pole, congratulations on third. To be honest, that is just cosmetics. Nice cosmetics, but easy to add once you have gameplay loop. That's what I'm thinking. Hello, North Pole. Oh boy. North Pole, you're going to love the surprise tomorrow for Cooking with Covino. I was doing a little extra research. And I think you in particular are going to be ecstatic about the other thing that we're cooking that you don't know yet because I haven't shared with any of the mods. You could even have 3 models of the interior, depending on what the fullness level. Ooh, that's a good idea. Yeah, so that's just purely cosmetic then. We don't need to worry about that at all. No need to worry about it. All right, so let's just check it out where we left off. We're also going to have to update the needed models list to get that going with, well, what models we're going to need. Because just talking about the trash can, now we kind of need trash can models. All right, boom, boom. Oh, it just immediately crashes. Oh, that's right. It immediately crashed. Because we're all spawning in the same spot. But it's saying garbage found with type bool on base type nil. So the garbage found setter is a little busted. A little busted. Okay. Interesting. That will have to be a fix. We should probably do that one first. The garbage found setter. Let's go into it. Garbage found. Controller doc. Oh, that's right. We were having an issue last night where I think it's the controller that's null. Yeah, there it is. The controller is null. Selected model is null. Garbage null. Garbage area null. That's all fine. That should be null. But the human and bot controllers are good. The controller, so the one we pick, is bad. But that is what the error says. Controller is nil. Yeah. Okay, so let's figure out why is that controller nil? That's right. You don't know why? Because I forgot. Most important thing before we do this, we're doing the body rework. Although they should make that error more readable. I agree. I completely forgot. We are doing the body rework first. The body rework first. What is all this? Oh, did I not commit last night? I thought I did. Why are you doing that rework? Because it doesn't work properly. Because basically, just a Sunday morning with just Covino. You darn tootin' Gamian, how you doing? So the reason for the rework is we need a node here for network players. And then what we're doing is we're adding in the empty bodies after. So then that way we can make use of a spawner and synchronizers for their movement. Because if we try to put the synchronizer or a spawner into the base trash scenario, it's going to explode due to some weird hierarchy thing. But as we've established, or I established, you don't need that. Did a dual stream yesterday. Smooth sailing. Hey, that's awesome, Gamian. Phenomenal. Over on YouTube too, right? Webby, welcome in. Doing pretty good. No problem with the hierarchy. Oh. Just small timing problem. So let me close this then. Let me pop over to our main branch. Uh-oh. That should have brought... Oh, wait, no, I committed that. Never mind, we're fine. You look much more energized right now than when you finished your last stream. Yeah, I did something different this morning. So this morning, I decided to eat earlier. I ate about an hour earlier. Or 2 hours earlier, actually. I ate 2 hours earlier. And so now that like my body has had time to digest food and stuff. But also like by the end of every stream, I am just completely and utterly destroyed. Dead, if you will. So that's, yeah. That's another part to it. Another part to it. Host. Boom, boom. Connect. But I hope that over time, by continuously, like, developing games, I will eventually build up, like a, what's the word? Like a battery level, if you will. Grow my battery so that I can start doing more work over, yeah, like a tolerance level, yeah. Because right now, by the time I finish stream, I am at like maybe 2% at the most. Like 2%, barely putting together sentences. No, that's, I should probably say it depends on the day. I should say about 5%. And then we'll say 2.5% means I can't put a sentence together. And then 0% is I am falling asleep at my desk. It's not that easy to develop tolerance for deep thinking work. Yeah, I do know that, but I think it's still possible. I think it's still possible. And that's what I want. All right, so here. So maybe before we add the child, we do the await. Oh, for sure. Just take more stimulants. I'm wondering if it's possible without too many stimulants. Like, I already use caffeine a lot. And caffeine is a great stimulant. I love caffeine. And there's other stimulants as well that you can get. Things like you can get nicotine and all that. And then you're just spending more money and Caffeine is ubiquitous, practically. Coffee, energy drinks, sodas, yeah. In this version, you don't need to add a weight because the synchronizer is on the network object level. So I do need to still fix the hierarchy in the other one then. Wait, which version did I sent you both versions, I think. Double check here. Happening nearly the same time as garbage spawner. Mess things up, call it engine bug. I rolled back your changes to the original hierarchy. Oh, you did? Oh. Which is this one. This is the original right here. Objects are properly in the garbage node. Oh, wait, you did it even further back. But I wanted to roll back his changes to the original. So you did it even further back. Interesting. Okay. Just 3 to 4 lines of code changes. Okay. So that means I need to, if I want to roll that back even more, I already forgot what I was doing. It was really, and it was spawning the objects in the garbage node across all clients. It was just the timing issue. Interesting. That's why there was no errors. Huh. Well, there was an error. The error of not finding the nodes. I guess not finding the nodes is also due to a timing error. Okay. That was a follow-up error. Yeah. Okay. So what we need to do then is we can ignore network objects right now. And the only thing we really need to change is instead of adding the child to the network objects, we instead just add the litter child to the garbage, to the node. Export var garbage node as a node 3D. And then we just go here. Let's do it underneath. And we just say garbage node add child garbage base true. Here and in the spot where you remove them from the garbage node. For some reason you hard-coded it there as well. What do you mean I hard-coded it? In pickup. Oh, I did. All right, so here it is. And then in the howdy cam, how you doing? Empty body. There's no pickup in it. I think it's in the controller. There's the pull garbage and the garbage.pickup and all that. Howdy, Gamian. I keep forgetting the howdy. Indeed. So this will be my one appearance probably. No sweat. No sweat. Howdy, Sammy. Garbage base, yeah. Right here, garbage pickup. And this is where we remove the child. So instead, howdy, North Pole. We'll do, oh, this is where we did get parent dot remove child self. So we removed ourselves from the garbage node. Yeah. Instead, it should be get parent. You never needed to hardcode network objects. Oh, you're right. I didn't. Because get parent would just get the parent anyways. Which is just that makes sense. That makes sense. I think it was mostly just doing this for readability sake. Just to see what the parent is. Okay, and then the spawner. Still good. Garbage spawn. So we need to go back into our trash scenario. And we need to add a multiplayer spawner. And we want to assign it to the garbage node. And it is looking for garbage base. Oops. Oh, I can't just... Lame. Garbage base. Open. Boom. Okay. And then the await needs to go in our litter here. And what do we do? Do we await before the for loop? Oh, just straight up in the ready. That makes sense. Await. And then get tree dot process frame. I think that's it. I don't think you need a dot timeout, right? Yeah, you don't. Get tree, await process frame. Like that. And that should solve it. Oh, hi. Hello, Atticus. How you doing? Welcome in. It should. Should. Test. Host. Ready. Start. Oh, because I didn't set garbage node. Garbage. Now we play it. Whew. I think the problem about eating early, though, is I have a feeling I'm going to be a lot hungrier in like a couple hours. Probably going to be starving in a couple hours because I can feel my stomach like wanting food, even though I ate like 2 hours ago. Oh, there it is. It's all spawned. Oh. Ah. Still crashes though. Okay. So we're back to where we were before the rework. / we're like on par with where we are with the rework. Just without reworking. I didn't look into the crash, but I was happy with fixed hierarchy. Yeah, indeed. Indeed. Grab some popcorn without anything on it. I was thinking about that, North Pole. I did buy some like popcorn kernels, because that way it's just like plain popcorn. And popcorn's really, really filling too, which is good. And it's pretty low on calories, just some carbs. And I like carbs. I do like carbs. It's a good idea. But can you guys guess what I ate for breakfast this morning? It's a light snack that you can nibble on. I do it sometimes to help me focus. Interesting. Eating to focus. See, for me, it's the opposite. If I eat, I can't focus. If I'm like eating something, it just doesn't, the focus goes directly just shot onto the food. And then if I'm trying to work while focusing, or I'm trying to focus on work while eating, then I'll end up choking on my food. And then it just becomes a real mess. A real mess. Happened to me a little bit ago. I was working while eating, running late. So I was eating while like I was doing some setup for Realm Rapture. And as I was eating, I'm like fixing things, like typing, going crazy. And then all of a sudden I forgot that I was eating, and I started choking on my food. And that was not fun. I had to like slap my upper stomach sternum area quite a few times. Depends. For me, I usually don't eat anything during the day when I'm at home focusing on assignments, so popcorn kind of helps tackling the hunger. That makes sense. That makes sense. Wait, you don't eat anything during the... Do you not have lunch? You can always turn off the camera. Have a snack, maybe during an ad break. Yeah. That's a pretty good idea. Pretty good idea. But I don't know. It's weird. Maybe. We'll see. We will see. But tomorrow, for those of you who don't know, Cooking with Covino, episode 2. Got the food, got the stuff needed, got the area cleaned up and ready. I have something coming in the mail today. And then tonight I have to double check the setting up the server. So you guys might see me tonight. You might see me go live for like a couple seconds by mistake, potentially. Don't worry about it. Just testing things. Just so you're aware. I work in weird ways. Intermittent fasting also tends to keep you sharper and helps you age better. I heard about that and I inadvertently do intermittent fasting. Hey, Tebow, welcome in. What were you working on? For those of you who don't know me, hello, my name's Covino. We're working on our second ever game here. Specifically, have you ever wanted or thought to yourself like, hey, I wonder what it's like to be a lifeguard? Well, wonder no longer. Design some creatures for my game. Ooh, tell me more. Tell me more. Tebow's really good with the art stuff, like really, really good from what I've seen. Would definitely recommend checking out. Really don't do intermittent fasting. You just do unhealthy food breaks. No. I do intermittent fasting by mistake. So I won't eat like 3 to 4 hours before I go to sleep. And then I will not eat until lunchtime. And so that period is about 16-ish hours-ish. About. So I am doing intermittent fasting by mistake. But it's not, I don't think it's good. I just eat whenever. I'm a big boy. That's fair. That's very fair. I don't know. Because I need to prepare. For those of you who don't know, we're going to GodotCon. And there's like, it now turned into a 75% chance that we're doing a bonus stream that night with developer Ezra, where we're going to be doing a hot tub stream, a hot tub game dev stream. So I got to prepare for that. I gotta shed off a couple pounds, or I'll just wear a shirt. One of the two. Yeah, if I'm focused, etc., can't be bothered to eat. That's fair. Yeah. Sometimes I'll get ingrained in the work and I'll purposefully not eat because I'll be like, oh, if I start eating now, I'm going to lose focus on what I'm doing and I'll just suffer through the hunger. And usually I forget about the hunger because I'll get so engulfed into the work. Working well, I don't even experience hunger. Yeah, exactly. Even more than coding is playing Valheim. I'm absolutely locked in. Can't snack until I'm done playing, especially in the hard biomes. I've been there too. During my WoW days, there would be some days where I just don't eat whatsoever because I would just be nonstop going. I'm like, oh, I'll miss the queue if I go get food. And then I ran into the issue where I thought I was being smart about it. And so I'd keep some snacks on the side of my desk. And that's when all of a sudden I just went, got really fat, really, really fat. I can eat insane amounts. I'd believe it. Gosh, if I'm not focusing on work, can't eat insane amounts. Oh, I can eat. I could believe that. I could see that. Anyways, we're working on our second ever game here. It's a Mario Party-like game, themed all around lifeguarding. And what we're doing right now is making our second mini game, because the way Mario Party works is it's a board game. At the end of every round, there's a mini game that occurs. And so for this multiplayer game, boom, boom, this is just our little template here. So it's not like, this is not the final UI. Keep that in mind. But basically there's trash scattered all over the beach, littering all over the beach. And it's your job to compete against players to run over to the different pieces of trash, pick them up, and then bring them to their respective bins, whether it's compost, recycling, or trash, or recycling. And then, of course, you can steal your trash. You will be able to steal trash from other players, gain points, and the player with the most points at the end wins. Very basic. We're gonna make it a little more chaotic. We're just working on the base elements. But if you pick up like a really big piece of trash, oh, I forgot it's broken. If you pick up a really big piece of trash, it slows your movement speed down, but you get more points. If you pick up a small piece of trash, you'll maintain the same speed, but you'll only get 1 point. So it's kind of like you have to think about how you want to do this. Do you want to just kind of camp the trash cans and try to steal trash from other players and then create really bad like enemies, create enemies and stuff, and then get messed up later on? Or do you want to try to go for all the big trash? Do you want to go for only little trash? Do you want to go for a mix? It's kind of the idea with this. You have to figure it out. Lucky me, I usually keep busy. That's smart. Never really played games as intensely as that, but I 100% get it. Playing games to an intense level is definitely a different experience. A very different experience. And then you go through 2 phases. The first phase you go into is what I call like the super sweat try hard, where you are like trying to do the best possible min-maxing. And then that has like a sub level to it where at first, when you're first getting into that super try hard, you start developing the mindset, the weird mindset of like blaming all your other teammates for like losing or doing worse than you. And then it gets really toxic. But then once you break through that cycle, you move on to the next stage of, instead of blaming your teammates, you start blaming yourself, and which I think is the better route to go anyways. And so then you go, oh, I may have gotten 25 kills and 0 deaths, and my team only had 1 kill each and 50 deaths, but I could have done better. And I think that's really good for improvement. But it's a interesting cycle you go through. And then some people, they tend to, after that, and this is where, especially in MMOs, they call this the dad phase. So you go through that try hard phase. Try hard. Go through the try hard phase. And you go through both those little sections there, section 1, section 2. Then they call it the dad phase. The dad phase is when all of a sudden it just hits where you're like, you don't try hard anymore, but you still have the weird, like the min-max kind of things to you. Like the min-max things are kind of like more natural and you always go for them anyways, but you don't care at all about any of this anymore. And it's like, you're just kind of playing and you play a little bit less and all that. Bro's been through it all. Indeed. This is the dad phase. It's very interesting to see this. This happens. This is like the most, at least this is what I see most often in competitive games. So World of Warcraft arenas, League of Legends, even games like Valorant and Rainbow Six Siege, I see this as well. It's very, very interesting. But yeah, the most toxic one by far is the first level of tryhard, because you're blaming other teammates. You're so locked in that you're like when you die, you freak out. You're like, oh my God, oh no, it's over. Not very fun. Not very fun. And that's when you get a lot of people that will kind of die out of the games as well, is they'll get to that tryhard phase. And then if you want to break it down one more level, because this is game dev and we need to know this kind of stuff when developing multiplayer games. The other level, so we have the tryhard, you have the dad, But the last level is actually the first level, I should say, is the noob. So the noob, they have no clue what they're doing. They're just playing around, and typically the noob will look at the tryhard. So they'll look at the tryhard and they'll notice because most tryhards are at level 1 of tryhard. And so they'll look at them and they'll develop this trait here, which is the like blaming other people trait. And so the noob will start to transition into being a tryhard by learning all the min-max tactics and trying to do things, learning the maps and learning their character, all that kind of stuff. But that isn't until, I would say, around level like 2/3 of noob. Level 1 is they don't know anything. Level 2 is they're starting to learn things. They have like a couple characters that they like to pick and that kind of thing. And then 2 to 3 is they are starting to like develop the traits towards a tryhard. They're learning the min-maxing, and then they're going into it. It's very interesting. At least this is what I've noticed through games. This could be completely and utterly false, but from what I've seen, most players tend to fall in like this range here. The noob 2 to 3 to the tryhard 1. And that's when you get really toxic communities as well. What up, Mikrus? Welcome in. All right, so trash. Let's see here. And I guess the other thing is when it comes to game dev, just to wrap that thought up, because I'm caught up in it now. Just to wrap that thought up, as a game developer for a multiplayer game, I think it's in our best interest to noob, tryhard, dad, to create our games in such a way that will help the noobs 2 to 3 and the tryhard 1s, and really to make this transition here as smooth as possible. Or really, it's the transition to tryhard 2, because tryhard 2 is the goal. So it's to make this whole transition period a lot smoother. And I think in doing that, it will create less toxic communities and more of a community based on having fun and still being very, very competitive. But doing this is something that hasn't been solved by any games that I'm aware of, because this is such a difficult thing to do. Yeah. That's our goal with our multiplayer games. Once we start getting into more competitive type things, this is something I think really deeply on, is this whole transitional period and the levels of player abilities and how they progress. And yeah. Anywho, garbage, trash, things all over. Why did you call it try hard? Because that's what it is. Like you're trying hard. It's not meant to be a negative connotation. I think it's a good thing to try hard. I think people should be trying hard. Trying hard, but trying smartly at the same time. I'd mix it up together. Because I think trying hard in a dumb way is just foolish. And so I wouldn't even call that trying hard. I think if someone is really trying hard, then they're trying hard in a smart and intelligent way. Which breaks into that whole noob category. Noob 2 to 3 would probably be where they're developing the traits and looking at tryhards, and they're developing those traits, and that's when they're doing things that are dumb, but they're trying really hard at it. All right, so there's an issue when we pick up the trash still. There's an issue when we pick up the trash. I wonder if it's another await, where I guess it would be in our, that's the litter, empty body, human controller, garbage pulled, State swap. Nah, I think the issue is reparenting the trash. Yeah, that could be the issue. It probably is. It's this section right here. I think multiplayer spawner doesn't handle reparenting well. It might not. And there is an alternative. If you comment out add child and below, it will work. So keep the remove child. As in not crash. We'll see. I think there is another way we can go about it that I'm fairly confident that it would work. And that other way is to just recreate a new child. So just make a new instance on top of the player with the same specifications. But I think that might use up more data, wouldn't it? Yeah, there it goes. Now it works. And we still, oh wow, we actually still have the traits on us, which is interesting. So maybe it is just the visual that we're copying over. No, it deleted the trash. It just didn't switch our movement speed back. Never mind. Huh. I bet I want to take a guess here. Await get tree. Oh wait, whoops. Let's wait a frame. I think it's the synchronizer being slow between the remove. And maybe we need to await actually the spawner itself. Well, this doesn't do anything with the spawner, actually. The holding does. I just want to do, let's do this. Let's do create timer and set it to 1 second. Dot timeout. Let's see what that does. Just out of curiosity. Because I don't think that's a lag thing we'd want to include. Because that's basically just including our own lag. And at that point, I feel like creating a new thing might be faster. Okay. Create timer on null value. Because it removes itself. Right. So it's actually at the adding that's the issue. Isn't it? It is confusing that the host crashes. Is it? Because everything's happening on the host. That's why. The other issue that arises is that if we do this, I don't think the client can actually pick up trash. Host. Client. So host is on the left, client's on the right. Let's, yeah. I can't pick up trash as a client. Because it's checking for the server. Huh. That's another whole issue. Maybe that's what we solve next, is just getting the... What up, AJ? Welcome in. I think, yeah. Oh, now I'm stuck. Okay, never mind. I think what we're gonna have to do then... Ooh. I'm stuck moving until I press spacebar while I move. That's interesting. Yeah, if I press spacebar, I can't move. I press spacebar again, then I can. Oh, I think that makes sense, though. Spacebar is basically locking us into the state. The pulling state. And then we can break free. Yeah. If I spam spacebar, see how it locks us? I don't like that. But I think I'm going to change spacebar anyways to like E or some other button. That way pulling is a different button than jumping. But still, the issue is the client is not able to pull the trash. Let's fix that real quick. And that's because if multiplayer is server, then it does it. So if it's not server, I wonder if that will work. If it's not server, then everyone should be able to do it. But then it's just doing it. I don't know if the spawner would, or not the spawner, the synchronizer would catch that though. Oh, interesting. The trash didn't spawn. Why did the trash not spawn this time? You have to remember synchronizer syncs in one direction. Right. This code is broken. When you comment out the is server, spaces are wrong. Oh. I see. So if I comment this out and then I tab that over, spaces are good again. I don't think that spaces would cause the trash not to spawn though, right? Seems a bit weird. No, I guess so. Huh. It does. That's interesting. Okay, so if I go here... No, it doesn't work either. Uh-huh. So we do need to keep that then. And then in our empty body, in our human controller, we have pull garbage going off. Yeah, we need a way to differentiate others. Huh. Something's weird. Does it even show you the action label on the second player? Does it even show you the action label? It does. It shows the label saying like to pull. And when we press spacebar, it goes into the pulling state, but it's not actually pulling. Walking, running, pulling. So it sets our velocity to 0, and then we pull the garbage. but it's not. I don't know what these are. That's very strange. That's doing that. Or acting like this, I should say. If we host, bring it over here, bring it over here. Boom, connect. Host, client. Okay, so immediately we have 30 errors. What is this? On spawn received, parent has node name is true. Invalid data. So it's saying the parent doesn't have the node name? And this is, I assume this is for each piece of trash. It says there's already such node. Oh. I forgot we did it. Remote. No longer in here. And then environment, garbage. There it is. Okay. Right, something about you having additional spawners? Maybe. Your music list the past few days. I thought maybe you ditched the playlist. No, Sammy. I've had music every day. Every day. I think it's just I keep turning the music volume down versus up. I think that's what's doing it. But yeah, no. I've had music every single day. That's like, I turn it on all the time. Every day the same playlist? Nah, it's not the same. They're different. I switch them up. We listen to these ones. Relaxed movement. Boom, boom, bop. Every day. They blend into each other. They really do. They start turning. They're all very similar. All very similar. We need to find just better music to play. I think that's the big thing. We just need better music. I'm not sure. Just one continuous lo-fi song in the background. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I gotta... You know, that gives me an idea. Maybe what I do is we hit up some musicians and we ask them for like a solid set of like lo-fi songs, and we can give them a like we can have like a link to their music or something like on the screen or something like that, where it's like now playing, and then it would be like ABC by musician, something like that. Fire up a nice Spotify playlist, separate the audio channel in the stream. I was thinking about doing that too, but I'd have to get Spotify Premium. Although, because the Spotify ads are just even longer than the YouTube ads. Some hardstyle instead? Or French core? What is French core? I don't know. I'm going for music that is I can set up the Spotify integration out for your overlay. That would be good. That would be really cool. Yeah, maybe we do just need to bite the bullet and get Spotify. But I am concerned about DMCA free music. I assume I can. Otherwise, I'm asking Bathroom for help. Yeah, I think they have extensions for it as well. But I am concerned about, what about copywritten music. Like, I know people do it on stream. Like, they'll play copywritten music and they'll get away with it, but it's still like not good, you know? It's still not allowed. It's just they kind of streamers are too small for them to care, really. Definitely can't have it on YouTube, right? That's the big thing. YouTube is the one that really cracks down on it. Twitch doesn't crack down on it as much, but it's still a thing that is like looked down upon. You shouldn't do. So that's where the difficulty comes in. Is we would need solid DMCA free music, and at that point, I'm like, I mean, eventually we could take the soundtracks to all of our games we come out with and add those in, but yeah, gotta find a better music playlist. I think that's gonna be huge. You can have DMCA free music on Spotify, but I see what you mean. Yeah, we could definitely find some. I'd have to look, make a playlist and all that. Yeah. All right. Where were we? Print. State swap. Quite a bit of game soundtracks that are DMCA free. There are. But like, I don't know. I think eventually using music from our own games would be cooler. I think it'd just be really cool. But we don't have too much, you know? I don't know. I might try to reach out to some musicians, see if they can make something more custom, and then we just give them a shout out as well. So in that way we can also like link their SoundCloud or their Spotify or whatever. And then that way we can also give them some credits and stuff. You know, put a breakpoint in garbage base pickup. Make sure it doesn't fire on the client. Garbage base on the pickup. So we do it here. And then you're saying to try picking it up on the client. Because I think it does fire. It just does that synchronizer will override its position every frame. I think you're right. I think it does fire. I think so. And what we need to do is really when a client picks up a piece of trash, I think what needs to happen is it needs to tell the host, like, hey, I'm picking up this piece of trash. And then the host will then, oh, no, it doesn't even fire. And let me try it on the host. Wait, what? Did that breakpoint just not work? Oh, it crashed. Let's move it down here, maybe? Play? Maybe I need to go put it in where we call pickup trash instead of on the function itself. Yeah, it won't fire on function name. That makes sense. What up, Jax? How you doing? The trash isn't spawning now. What? Parameter spawner is null. You released the game. Indeed we did, Jax. Indeed we did. That was a while ago. Over on, we did it for iOS. We're still waiting on Google. Still waiting on Google Play. Not on Android. Not yet. No. Not yet. It's not a great game, I will say, but it's something. We at least put something out there. We do need to go back to it and fix it up just a tad. Cause yeah, it's not great. Not great. I mean, this is the analytics for it. Oh no, I don't have an iOS. No sweat. Like, we have 31 people downloaded it, which is wild. Most people, just based off the session number, most people only played it once and then that's it. And then we had 1.7K look at the app. And they didn't actually, they were like, yeah, no, thank you. Which makes sense, because our store page is gross. Doesn't look good at all. So, it's definitely interesting. Oh, I'm surprised you got so many impressions. Me too. I don't know what defines an impression, though. I don't know what defines an impression. Did you run any campaigns or anything? Nope. Nothing at all. Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of tourists who play once and put it down. Yeah. Looking at download counts always makes me feel good until I look at the active installs. Ooh. Ooh. But yeah, no, we didn't run any. This is just purely. Okay, this is better. So impressions, this is it. Impressions was viewed on the App Store. Product page views means they clicked into it. Yeah, so they saw this on the App Store. They clicked into it. So out of 1.7K, 120 clicked into it. 0% downloaded it. 0. And all of our downloads are from just people who know the stream, know us. That's it. Yeah. 22 from the US, 3 from the UK, 2 from Canada, 1 from Germany, 1 from New Zealand. Interesting. Oh, we got 4 people on an iPad. That's cool. Not enough data for average retention. There are over 100,000 games and new ones pour in 100 times faster than Steam. Yeah, that's true. But the other thing we need to keep in mind is, like, I didn't put any crazy, like, the store page is really ugly. Really ugly. I didn't make it look good. At all. So it's not like, it's nothing special. This is literally the store page. It's these 3 images. And then, like, our copy. So it's not good. My location isn't on. Mwahaha. That's because North Pole actually never downloaded it. She just said she downloaded it and then never did. Bunch of new games are AI garbage and hard to differentiate. That's true. Yeah. My game asset there? It is Jax. The altar you made is in there. Indeed. But the fact that you got it released at all is still something you can hang your hat on. I mean, yeah, but like, I'm gonna show my friends. Do it, Jax. Do it. Yeah, I downloaded it, played it once, feared the heat of my phone, and now it's on the home screen as an ornament. It doesn't heat your phone up anymore, though. Does it? We fixed the heating. At least I thought we did. But yeah, it's I don't know. I do want to go back to it at some point and make it better. Clean it up, clean the App Store page up and all that. But yeah, it does for me, but this is due to my phone being 5+ years old. Wild. Wild. But yeah, I don't know. I think the whole, like, oh, you got the game, you published a game. I think there's a big difference. I think anyone can just publish a game. That just comes down to purely a mental thing of, oh, I don't know if I should do this yet. Like, there's no skill involved. It's just a mental frame. That's it. Everyone can publish a game. Easy peasy. Publishing a good game, that's something we haven't accomplished. Maybe 6 months isn't enough time to build a good game. I think it is. I think it definitely is. I mean, you look at something like Nerkmind. Him, Requiem, and who else was it? I'm forgetting their name. I'm forgetting the other person's name. They made Speedrun Academy, and although the visuals, I would admit, aren't like ultra pleasing. Someone's playing Block Shop right now. Tricky, you're playing Block Shop. Where is it? That just exposed her. Awkward. Where is it? Speedrun Academy. They made this in about 3 months. And this is a phenomenal game. Like, ton of fun. A ton of fun. This one right here. So I think you can. Requiem, Justice Leopard, yeah, the whole mercenary camp. And Marty. This was a ton of fun. Although, I think the visuals are a little... I think they can be improved upon, maybe. But I think in terms of like the feeling of the game, they nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. There are plenty of older games made in 6 months in a hurry. They sold well. True. Though nowadays there's a way too much competition. I don't know if I would say too much. I don't know if there's too much, but yeah, there definitely is competition, a lot more. But yeah, this game's really good. Really, really good. And they made this in three months, I believe. 3 months? Something like that. So, I think 6 months is definitely enough time to build a good game. Definitely enough time. Link the game. Oh, the Steam. Welcome to Steam. One sec, let me grab it. Speedrun Academy. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bop. Boom. Bang. That's the game. No, your game. Oh, Jax, I don't have a link to that. It's just on the App Store. That's it. I can't really give like a Mac link of any sort that I know about. Crosses my mind sometimes when I think about how mine is an online multiplayer brawler where the presence of players is to be part of the experience. Yeah. Oh shoot, we have ads playing right now. Awkward. Let me check on the words because I need to get more water before I forget. Boom, I'm a little thirsty. A little thirsty. Bloop. 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 Boop. Boop. Boo. Autopilot on. Boom. Finally, words. Indeed. Yeah, but Gamian, I think your game has the potential. It just comes down. That one just comes down to a marketing thing. That's what I'm feeling. I don't know if Gamian can hear me because of the ads. All right, I'll be right back real quick. Boop. I have returned. Well, welcome back, Covino. Alright. Boom, bang, bop. Webcam on. Be right back off. Focus on work. Bang. One sec. Whew. Just gotta check the... Uh-oh. Why did that not... Oh, it's the wrong one. Good thing I checked. There we go. That would have been really bad. Okay, good thing I checked that. My order got declined because I used the wrong card. I used a gift card that had nothing on it. Ah, phew. All right, let's turn off this autopilot. Bada bing, bada boom. Order 66. Not quite. All right, so where were we? Figuring out how the heck this is working. Let me turn the music up just a tad. There we go. We were checking if this fires off or not on the client. Correct. And what I want to do is go to where we call this. Right here. And this is where we're going to put the breakpoint. So we're putting the breakpoint where we call it instead of just in the function itself. I think that makes the most sense. Boom. Ready. Why isn't the trash spawning? What? All I did was put a breakpoint. Do another process frame? To be honest, no clue. What the heck? Host. Join. There we go. All right, and it should bust. Yes. So this is getting called on the client. It is getting called on the client. Which means, so it fires, but then the height is reduced back to 0 after sync. Right. Right. So we need the host to be the one that calls this. So the client needs to tell the host, hey, I want to pick up this piece of garbage. Host goes, here you go, buddy. To do that, though, I think, or I wonder. Well, no, this is saying that, hey, only the server can raise it and lower it. So that means that in our garbage pickup, is this where we put another check for the host? But that wouldn't make sense, because then we're just checking if the host is the one doing the input action. Yeah, I don't think that would work. Because the client is clearly not the host. You didn't peek at NetFox's example, did you? No, I didn't have an opportunity. I've been spending my free time, or whatever you would call it, the time that I'm not streaming, preparing for this cooking stream. Unfortunately. It's like I only have time to actually do one thing at a time, which really blows. That didn't work. Free time, aka overtime. Nah, Hilden, there's no such thing as overtime here, because when you're building a company, the more time you put into it, the better. And so you don't really have a choice. You have to work. If you're against working overtime or working over your allotted time, then don't start a company. Just don't. Yeah, I have to be very smart about my time. Very, very smart about it. It's also why I haven't been able to play video games. Unfortunately. I really want to. I've been wanting to for so long. Finland's very cursed for that, since we recently got a new retirement fund law for people working on their own company. What do you mean by that? Since we recently got a new retirement fund laws, people working on their own company. Does that mean there's no way they're like preventing you from retirement fund though? I don't know anything about that. What does it mean? All right, let's look at this. So what do we have here? So that you understand the concept, each player has an input node that processes all their buttons and presses. Oh. An input node. Doesn't do anything more with them. You gotta pay to retirement fund a certain percentage of the money you would pay to someone else to do the same job as you do, including mandatory overtime fees? Hilden, how the heck are you supposed to start a business then? What? What? So, if I would work as a CEO of my own game company, working 12 hours a day, I would have to pay like $4K a month? My past couple of days, aside from the time I did gaming like a week ago, I've been working about 14 hours a day. 14 hours a day on average, with one day going to about 17-ish. I would be paying holy crap, that is awful. That actually like hurts. That hurts me internally that's a thing. So many try to hide the amount of work they do to their own company. Yeah, honestly, I'd be saying like, oh yeah, I'm only working an hour a day at my company, 5 minutes a day at the company. But you'd have to pay. Do you have to pay minimum wage though? Or can you pay like 1 cent an hour to yourself? How are you supposed to start a company in Finland? What? What? That's wild. I hate that. Minimum wage? What is the minimum wage in Finland? Holy crap. Minimum wage Finland. Doesn't have a statutory minimum wage. Instead, wages are determined through collective agreement between employer. Oh, so you don't have a statutory. So you could say 1 cent an hour. Oh, it's trade unions that agree on it. So you can just ignore it because unions tend to be pretty bad for progress. If you work on tech field, you got to follow tech field minimum wage deals. Well, do you? Unless your company has a union in it, right? Union deals are mandatory to follow here. Oh my. No offense to all the Finnish, but your country sucks. No offense. That is awful. Yeah, I would never want to live there. That does make me very grateful to live in the US, for sure. Hearing that. And the people who want to watch over the retirement fund thing, use those deals to determine how much you are supposed to pay yourself. Imagine if I had to, like... How would I do that? Howdy, Nick. How you doing? How would I pay myself more than I make? More than the company makes? That's the question. I think that would encourage really, really, really predatory practices. Like really predatory practices. I think the CEO, I think that they think that CEO of game companies should be paid like 40 euros an hour. And if we don't take, I assume overtime is like, you need to pay extra for overtime. Doubles that for those hours. So we'll say 8 hours a day is your standard day. $320 a day. And then if we do overtime, so let's say we'll say only 12 hours a day. Let's say 12 hours a day. Because you can get away, like, you can be like, oh yeah, I only work 12 hours a day. And you could be actually working 16. So we'll say 12 hours a day. So that's another 4. So 80 times 4. 80 times 4. Plus 320. Then an extra multiplier if you work at the night. Oh no. Stop. But then only 5 days a week, since weekends probably also multiplied. You're telling me if I were to work in Finland, I would have to pay myself nearly $1,000 a day to start this studio. What happens if the company just straight up can't pay this? Like, what if the company doesn't have this money? And then we won't even not taking into account weekends. Not taking into account weekends. That's 5 times a week, or 5 days a week, times 4 weeks. Not including weekends. So you won't have to pay yourself, but you pay a certain percentage of that to the fund. Depending on how much you're supposed to pay yourself. Where does this fund go? Like, what is the money of this fund? Do I have access to this money? Or is it just like mandatory retirement fund that I don't get to touch till I'm 57 and a half? Once you retire, you get it. 68, okay. If I live to 68. Or was it 70? But what happens if your company doesn't make this? Are you just not allowed to work? It increases your payments. So, like, you're fined and you go bankrupt. What? What? So if I didn't work weekends, we're not even taking into account holidays. The minimum I would have to pay myself since we started here is $115,000. It backfired big time. Big time backfiring. It prevents anyone from growing. Oh my lord. See, I don't know anything else about the country, but just that alone, I genuinely think is pure evil. Like, preventing people's freedom, I think is gross. I think it's gross. I think allow people to grow. Allow them to build things. That's the only way that we're going to get better. Build cool things. Grow. That's North Korea. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. Calculate that I would have to pay $4,000 to fund per month, even if I didn't earn a cent. Thank God I'm in the US. Man, I got lucky with my spawn point. My random spawn point, I got lucky. That's... Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Oh. That hurts. That really hurts. Currently, we're thinking of swapping our spawn point to a better server. I think so. Relocate the base. Take your resources with you. Relocate to a different server. Man. Man, oh man. I can't. Alright, let's see what's going on here. I mean, Spain is nice this time of year. Spain Spain seems like a beautiful place. I know I know nothing about other countries. Literally nothing. And so hearing that about Finland is really interesting. Heartbreaking, but very interesting. I have no clue what it's like for Spain, though. Actually, let's do worst countries for starting a company. World Atlas, maybe? Of course, like places in Africa, because you're not going to have any. Well, yeah, okay. Places where there's no market, that would make sense. What about, let's go to the Reddit post. Oh, it says Spain's pretty good. Wait, that's Spain. Portugal, Spain, France, Germany. I know my stuff. Doesn't seem that bad. Easiest doing business score captures the gap of each economy. Best regulatory performance observed. Indicators, doing business, blah, blah, blah. Interesting. Wait a sec. This can't be right. Which one's Finland? Isn't the middle Norway? Isn't this Finland? That is old map. Oh, it's from 2019. I see. So they used to be decent, and then they got flushed down the toilet. Um, 2025. Okay. Worst developed countries. Is Somalia developed? I thought Somalia had pirates. Here we are. Oh boy, LinkedIn. Ranking. New Zealand. Best countries. Straightforward regulatory. Singapore. Denmark's pretty good. Hong Kong, South Korea, US of A, UK, Norway, Sweden. Interesting. All right, let's get out of that. Oh wait, shoot, I need that. I didn't mean to close that. I need the important thing from this. There we are. Also, the legal system is a total joke in here. In some if some official says something to be true, then it is true. There is a secondary court for child custody or other administrative things, like moving statutes from place to A to B, and the court does not even have automatic hearing process. I thought you got both countries wrong. It's not even default to get person to court to be heard. But they want you to submit documents by some web portal. Not sure why you would worry about it since you're in the US, country built on and for capitalism. It's not that I'm worried. It's more of that I was just looking and interested, like, really what it's like, because I think it gives a really good perspective. Especially nowadays, you're hearing a lot of times where like people are like, "Oh, America sucks," but you look at other countries and you're like, "What do you mean? What does define sucks?" Because you compare US to Finland, and I'm like, for me, I'm like, holy crap, night and day difference there. It's, do I want to suffer or do I want to grow and expand? What up, SCP? Welcome in. I think it's really interesting. All right, let's see. Let's do some game dev. Let's figure this out. Today I'm going to a car show. Holy crap, SCP, you go all over the place. Good on you. Going to a car show, that sounds awesome. Bureaucracy has grown too big, and some would have to start it from scratch. Wild, wild. Wild. Speaking of business, I had a dream the other night that I had a chicken coop with a bunch of chickens in it. And I was just getting free eggs from these chickens. That's all the story was. That was all the dream. I just had a chicken coop with chickens. And I had two different types. I had your standard chicken, which is like that. That's a chicken. Chicken. That's not. You get it. You get it. Standard chicken. Then one of those like super fluffy chickens. You played Power World in your dream? No. Haven't played that. Devro! Welcome in. I was not just drawing a chicken. Welcome in. What were you working on? For those of you who don't know me, hello, my name's Covino. We're working on creating a game studio here called Freedom Forge Studios with the mission of creating, inspiring, and rewarding games for everyone. I was making a rifle and blender, just the base. Ooh, fancy. Sadly, I have to raid and run. No sweat, Devro. No sweat. Appreciate the raid. Have a great one. I know you. Welcome, Jax. Welcome. Devro. Yes, Cam is busy. I'm sorry. Sorry, Tommy. But yeah, that sounds awesome. Really cool. Boom. But we're working on our second ever game here. Let me ask y'all something. Have you ever wondered what it's like to be a lifeguard? Well, worry no longer. We're making a Mario Party-like game. No, never? You're supposed to be like, yeah, for sure. Do you know how to debug? Of course, Tommy. A little bit. That's kind of like what we're doing here. We're making a mini game currently all about picking up trash, because the way a Mario Party-like game goes is at the end of every round is a mini game. And so last week we made this template here that we can just slap a mini game into, so it has multiplayer functionality with our little lobby system here and all that, using NetFox No Ray. And boom, you come in and we have trash scattered all over the beach. All over the beach. And what you can do is you run over to the different pieces of trash. We have two different types. We have small trash and we got big heavy trash. And so you pick up small trash, you can move really fast, and you put it, oh, I broke it. I broke it. That's right. Yeah, currently a lot of things are broken. But basically, depending on the piece of trash you have three different types of containers to put them in. You have a trash can, you have a compost bin, and you got a recycling bin. And so you have to figure out, okay, where does this trash go? And then also, two different weight classes of trash. You got heavy trash that's going to make you walk nice and slow, or just little trash that you can just run and hold. Now, where the more competitiveness comes from is players can steal your trash and take your points from you by stealing your trash. Each piece of trash is worth a different amount of points with the leaderboard. And yeah. As you see, there's a lot of opportunity to practice debugging. Covino writes perfect code for having to debug. I'm just gonna do this. This is what you do, ready? Boom. And then we copy this. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Generic. As you can see, there's a lot of opportunity to practice debugging. Covino writes perfect code. Save that real quick. Not out of context. Go to our desktop. Call it generic perfect code. Save. Nice. Nice. Sentence has no logic now. All right. Back to work. Back to work. Can you draw a rooster? No, I'm not going to draw a rooster, SCP. No. Anyways, so step 1, we're trying to figure out why our trash cannot be picked up. That's what we were looking at over here from the NetFox example. So what they do is, well, we know why. Yeah, it's not telling the host to pick it up. Instead, it's the client trying to pick it up, and the client needs to tell the host, hey, I'm trying to pick up this trash. And then the host goes, oh, here you go, buddy. Bada bing, bada boom. But it's more of how do we do that? Have to read through this summary. I wonder if Norway's nice this time of year. It's a good question. No idea. Never been. So you understand the concept. Each player has an input node that processes all their button presses. Their synchronization goes client to server using a synchronizer with the multiplayer authority set to the given client. Then it is the server who does everything by reading those input nodes. So in reality, the client, they only control the input nodes. Interesting. So okay. Each player has an input node, which we have on over here in our empty body. We have our human controller. Downside is that the latency adds the perceived input latency. True. So, like, see movement or is firing. Is firing. Input is action pressed. Weapon fire. What is firing? It's a Boolean for false. Oh. So it's a Boolean that flips on when we press the input. Huh. This is like your is grabbing, right? So you see, there's no game logic here. Yeah. Interesting. Let's take up rotation and location. Do calculations client side, reduce latency by a lot. Because that's what we were trying to do. And it doesn't, the problem is that it's the host that needs to be the one that does everything, because the host is the source of truth. Gonna do housework now and try to finish the game before I'm back. Sounds good, Hilden. Sounds good. Focus on work. Thank you. Yeah, game logic happens on the server. Because basically, Shotos, what you're talking about is the client would do the thing, and then it would tell the host that it did the thing, and then the host would say, update the thing, or it would give like the updates for the thing. The host would go back, be like, yep, okay, and spread it to all the clients. And you'd think that this part is redundant, but this is because of the spawner. A spawner goes to everyone. Yeah. Does it need to happen on the server? For our setup, I think so. And the reason for that is because we're doing peer-to-peer, but we're also preparing it for the opportunity to go to a dedicated server as well, if need be. So I think that's why. Most common method is to do it on both. Have it align on the server in the end. Yeah. Are you ready for some squats? Not at all, Pierogi. We're on focus right now. Pierogi, I thought you were working for 3 months or something. What happened to that? What happened to that? Saying, oh, see ya. I'm gonna go work on Battle Bad. Where is it, Pierogi? Where is it? So is firing, which is a bool. Now, this bool, currently in the car, and have nothing else to do. Pierogi, do you have an iPhone? BattleBat in June. Ah. If you have an iPhone, best game to play in the car. Realm Rapture, now available on the iOS App Store. 5-star reviews on it. I don't have an iPhone? Ah. Yeah, now you're out of luck then. Then you're out of luck. Soon. Oh, I didn't turn on closed captions. I probably should do that. But I'm looking at our... Wait, we have 2 reviews. We have 2 5-star reviews. Whoo! Talk about a good game. I do have the Realm Rapture demo downloaded. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that demo's really, really broken, though. Android when? Hopefully soon. Paid reviews? They're not paid. They're not paid. No. 2 5-star reviews. Whew. All right, let's see. So how is this working? It's doing the is firing bool, but is the host somehow looking at the is firing bool and seeing if it flips on or off? And it's modeling work though. Hey, nice. It is. So the host is looking at it. Like you do input is action pressed. Right. It does input node is firing. So it does input action is pressed, and then the button that it presses, and it's setting that to true. But that's it. One thing that scares me, scares you? Oh no. Scares you so much you cry. Pierogi, that's not good. Listen, don't be scared of things. Networking? Pierogi, that's what we're working on. We're working on multiplayer. Listen, it's confusing, but it's not scary. I wouldn't cry over it. Here's an example of when firing is used. Copy. Paste. I have to make networking for Windows? What do you mean? What do you mean you have to make networking for Windows? Windows as in the glass stuff. Oh. I don't think that's that bad. You just need to update the window shattering or something. Right? I don't think it's that bad. Okay, tick delta. If input is firing, fire. No, he's doomed. It's impossible. Greatest minds have tried and failed. Yeah, the window shattering is really complicated and random. Couldn't you just have a window shattering locally? Because you don't care about syncing the exact shatter glasses, right? That's because I'm stupid and don't know how to code. I mean, Pierogi, the only way you learn is just by doing. If you're doing a shattering window, I feel like you would just do a function for it, do it locally, and then you don't care if they shatter the same on the host versus the client. I feel like that wouldn't matter as long as the window shatters. No one's gonna pay attention and be like, oh, this shard of glass fell to the right, but on this person's computer, it fell to the left. Bad game. Can I do? Because the glass can block bullets. Oh. Oh. Now that's complex. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you there. Like the shards that explode from the window can block. That looks like Florida. Can look. These things can block bullets. That's wild. Yeah, I don't know how you're gonna do that. And especially compensate for lag. You would need to replicate the point of impact, forced to have identical shattering on both devices. Yeah, but like, how do you deal with the lag with that? Because glass falls and shatters really fast. That's complex. It's a neat idea. Very neat idea. It sounds very complex. All right, back to work. Back to work. We need to focus. So our tick. This is tick delta. What is this in though? This is in a class name brawler weapon. Huh. Lag compensation. What's that? My game has 0 networking optimization. I mean, we don't have any optimization in yet either, to be fair. Not yet. Eventually. But not yet. So, what do we need to do here? Has a very old depreciated networking library. I mean, Pierogi, hear me out. You could remake Battle Bad in Godot. Make use of Godot's spawners nodes and all of that. And you can learn along with us. Learning's better when you do it as a group. I think you don't have to dig that far into how this works here, because they use tick-based synchronization while you don't. What you should understand is that the input is copied to the server, and the server that reacts to the input. Just got done eating lunch? Nice, Tommy. Yeah, release date 2030. I mean, Pierogi, you could probably release it a little bit earlier. How do you debug? What do you mean, Tommy? What do you mean, how do you debug? You just find where the problem is, and then you fix it. Wait, Tommy, I thought you like did a whole FTP server and stuff. You definitely know how to debug. There's no way. 2030 is the planned release date of Battle Bad 1. Oh. That's such a broad question. The short answer for Covino, unsuccessfully. No, I think our debugging's been going pretty well. Like, I've been finding the right answers. Not the right answers, but the right problems recently. Like, what do you do with the breakpoints? So a breakpoint is used to break your code, like stop it there. So when, for example, in this, if we put a breakpoint at the variable, then what would happen is when this gets called, it actually just breaks the code and stops it. Best way to debug is to spam try and catch? Definitely not. Even I know that. No way. No way. But yeah, you would use the breakpoint if you want to see if something very specific is happening. So for example, we used it here right here to see if our client was even calling this function. And we know it's calling the function if it breaks. Well, lucky for us, Godot doesn't have try catch. Indeed. Worked for Battle Bad, so say whatever you want. I'm not saying it doesn't work. No. Just saying, maybe not the best way. Okay, so now the question is, we need to, how do we send this to the server? Like, how does the server know to do this and who it's coming from? How do you know if the breakpoint stops the code? If your code stops. If your code stops, then the breakpoint stops. Like, the breakpoint stops the code. And it will say like, hey, we stopped it. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it's like a lot simpler than what I think you're thinking. It's literally just the game will stop. Synchronizer. So the synchronizer will do it. The only thing stopping Battle Bad is everything is wrapped in a giant try. I'm still new to this, and I'm learning yet. Gotcha, Tommy. Gotcha. But you've done so much so far, though. That's what blows my mind. That's why I'm like really confused when you ask like, how do you debug? Is you have so much experience already. Wait, does Unity have breakpoints? I believe they do. I believe so. All right. So we are sending something to the host. How do we send it to the host, though? That's what I don't understand. Like, do we need to have like a host controller that we assign to the host? Synchronizer. Yeah, I understand using like we need to use a synchronizer, but what does that mean? You have a synchronizer on the input node. Oh. So, okay, when it comes to input nodes now, do we... with multiplayer authority given to the specific peer. So is there a way to do this without... like, can we still use our human controller and bot controller? Because the bots aren't going to want an input node. But the humans would. So that means a human controller would need this and an input node, which kind of sounds a little crazy. So maybe we synchronize the controller and we just do it for the inputs. So like here, we have an input. Because we have inputs within our process as well. The issue is you have a lot of logic on the controller. The idea is to separate it. Oh. Okay. So then if we wanted to... and we could also use this input thing for synchronizing their movement, couldn't we? Because that's a big part of the inputs, is the movement. Input direction plus is grabbing. Yeah, so we do input direction. We do jumping. We would do the grabbing or pulling. And that seems to be it. We don't need to do the camera movement. camera movement needs to be stay local, which is this. Stay local. Okay, so let's go in the empty body. We create a node. And we're going to call this the input controller. What do we call it? Input controller? Does that make sense? I guess input controller could work. Would this not be... Where did I put the controllers? Game controllers. Input controller. You have a controllers folder. Yeah, I do. Okay. Then we'll do class name input controller. And extends the node. Right. Save. We're going to need... Let's close all others. Just open these two. We're gonna want our character for sure. Export var character as... Nope, never mind. I lied. You don't want any of that stuff here. Oh. We just want only the inputs. So we want input action just pressed. But we set that to a variable, a Boolean. So if we say like function jump, and then var is jumping, and then we just do is jump. Like that. Howdy, Lupo. How you doing? Movement. Export var movement. Vector 3.0. Oh, words round 2. Indeed. Words are coming up in 40 seconds. 40 seconds. And then we can do another function. Export var is pulling. Cool. Just look at what you're using in the controller now. from input, replace with variables here. Gotcha. Okay. We have ads coming up, so we're going to check on the words, head into level 4, and then when we return, we're going to kick butt, take names, start doing the things. Start doing the things. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Boom, boom, pow. Bing, bom, boom. Oh, I didn't hit start. There we go. I hit autopilot. Didn't hit start. So we need new input controller is what the goal is. Input controller. Interesting. Oxen. Oh, easy. Oh, that's not a word. Tone. Cone. Context. Wait for it. Come on, lock. Dang it. I try getting that text. All right, I'll be right back real quick. And then when I return, input movements. Boop. I have returned. Yay, Covino's back. We missed you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Boop. Bang. All right, 20 seconds left on the ads, and then we'll pop back to it. Autopilot off. There we go. There we go, there we go. All right, and then we got to get to the input controller. I'm just going to read up a little bit more on it real quick. Let's also check on our package. Because if the package gets here... What? Payment needs to be revised again? What? That was wild. Arriving today. We got super. We need roops. Soups. Pures. Pure. Ruse. What up, Bongo? Words on stream, Timma. Stram Tima indeed. All right, now. Order placed. Arriving today. We're just gonna leave that open now. Make sure that actually comes by. Okay, so where we are is we are trying to set up, focus on work. Lupo, thank you. Thank you. Because getting this input controller should allow us to now, well, it will get the player movement, which will get all the trash movement and everything else we need. So basically, we need to take everything that we have that has an input related to it and slap it into the input controller. I just want to move this up. There we go. Pull garbage is one. I think we need to change the buttons real quick for pull garbage. Let's do a new action. Call it space. Add it, space bar. There we go. And then also we're gonna say a interact. Oh, whoops. Interact. Now, what is everyone's favorite interact button? By default. Mine is E. I think E is a good interact button. E or F. I don't like F. That's the weird thing. It's weird because F is such a good button to press, but for some reason, I just don't like it as much. I think it's because when you're looking at if you look at your keyboard, you almost have to take your finger off of D to press F as compared to sliding your finger up and like with the tip of your finger pressing E. Or the middle finger can also press E. I use my middle finger a lot for pressing like E and Q. I don't know though. It's weird. Still move your finger one button. That's true. But it's still like the move, like the sliding of your finger and how your finger slides. Either up or right doesn't really matter. I disagree with that, Chodos. I think that actually matters a lot. Depending on the game though, like for example, when I'm playing WoW Arena, the difference of me pressing, so here's W, S, D, A, like the difference between me pressing E, Q, and F is actually massive. Maybe my guitar trained left hand fingers don't care. Maybe. V seems perfect. See, that's the other thing is my V, I'm so used to pressing. So here's the space bar. I'm so used to pressing B for bag and like checking my bag that I can't press V anymore, or else I'll accidentally slap open my bag. I have X to kick? Really? Yeah, no, that's weird. That's too claustrophobic for my hand. Like it's too close in. Although I have H. I have H for my health stone, or like a health potion, which is really weird. And if you want to get even weirder, I have U for my push to talk. Thank God for configuring keybinds then. Yeah, big time. Big time. Seems people are weird. I know people that press, instead of WASD, they press, what is it? I think it's ESDF. ESDF, yeah. They do ESDF, or they'll even go, I've heard of people doing RDFG for their movement. RDFG, and then they use their pinky for like Q, W, A, S, Z, X. What does it mean when the red dots disappear while debugging? Are you in Godot, Tommy? All right, back to this. Is that a good thing? The red dots. You're gonna have to be a little bit more specific with it. French keyboards have different letter layout because, I don't know, French? Maybe. There's also like the different types, like you have Dvorak and all that. Which I hear Dvorak's better, but is it? I don't know. Red dots next to numbers. Tommy, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Like these? Azerty. North Pole, do you use Azerty? Azerty. That's weird. That's weird. I knew you were a weird person, but Azerty weird? I didn't expect that. Azerty. They usually disappear if you turn them off. Oh, breakpoints. Yeah, they only disappear when you turn them off. So you might have accidentally clicked it, maybe, or you went through it so much that you turned it off. Azeroth. Yes. I used the Azeroth layout, actually. That's just how hardcore at WoW I am. Triad rebinding, 1, 2, 3, 4, usable item slots too. I think yes. Because for me personally, like I use 1, 2, 3, 4 a lot, and I use 5 quite often. I just use barcode layout, as we've learned. Yeah, CSLR, you're just you're just built different. Using barcode layouts. I actually have to scan each individual key to use it. So I take my phone and I scan each key, and then my phone sends the signal to my computer to get me to do it. I wish I could have corpus language. What is corpus language? For this, let's change this to, actually, let's do this. Ready? We're about to do, this is called a pro game dev moment. You ready for this, folks? Boom, 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 boom. Edit all of them at once. Pro game dev moment. You all are just jealous of my Azerty, and I know it. Yeah. Really jealous of your Azerty layout. Your weird flat Azerty layout. Isn't Dvorak supposed to be more efficient? Supposedly it is. I don't know though. Instead of the action that it should trigger. What's the point of debugging? I know it's probably a dumb question. The point is just like debugging, finding where the error is. Where is the bug taking place? What's going on? So this one needs to be interact. Garbage found, input action pressed. Interact. So what I just did is, I just want to make sure this works first. Have you ever seen that really old movie, Ghostbusters? Really old movie? It's not really old. It's Ghostbusters. CSLR is the kind of person that has it's pretty old. I mean, I guess it's pretty old. I wouldn't call it really old. I feel like, yep, there we go. Whoa. Why did it suddenly work? 41 years old? Wow. Okay, I didn't realize he was that old. I don't know what just happened, but that worked. Huh. My debugger didn't find anything wrong with the codes, but it does have issues. The uploading system fails at uploading files. So you're gonna have to do some self-debugging then, because debugging isn't just about error tracking, it's about reading the logic of your code and figuring out what goes wrong where. Go on, continue with what you were saying. What I was saying, CSLR, is I was gonna say, I feel like you're the kind of person that would like see a movie from 2012 and be like, oh, a super old movie. Something like that. I feel like it. Or you think that, what's another movie that just came out? You think Avatar is an old movie. Payment revision needed. Oh my gosh, we're using our... Oh my lord, hang on. This is very important for tomorrow's cooking stream. The thing I've been trying to order, for some reason, it will not take my gift cards. I have gift cards. I have like $100 in gift cards. And Amazon refuses to take my gift cards. Refuses. It keeps getting declined. Okay, new payment update. I'm just losing money then. There we go. All right, focus on work. 15 squats. My Corey. Ugh. Thanks for telling me that, Covino. You're welcome. If it starts at 19, it's old. Oh my. Please, sir, do not redeem the gift card. No, you have to listen to me, sir. No. I love that. Oh, sir, if you paste your gift card here, we will fix it. Game finished. Let's go. I was here. My Corey. By the way, I was thinking, yesterday I was looking deep into GitHub, and I know a lot of you are not going to like this, but I think, just so you all are aware, we're going to be getting rid of the git commit redeem. And the reason for that is because we're going to start actually doing good git commits. I was looking at, and the reason we need to start doing good git commits is because we're going to start incorporating programmers to be able to contribute to the game and then get them properly compensated as well. And so I think it's necessary to have really clean git commits. And I was looking at other like more professionals that do game, like not just game dev, but other things. And holy moly, it was actually kind of gross what they were doing for their commits. Their commits were like as bad as our git commit redeems, where they would just be like smiley face and then just go tee and then commit it. And it's like, well, that's an awful commit. That doesn't say anything. And it makes the going through the history and all that. Ugh. Ugh. All right, let me do those 15 squats and then we're going to go back to our input controller. Empty body, input controller. You should see my git commit histories in some projects. See, that's the thing. I don't want to. Yeah, like added cats, re-added cats, removed cats. Is a git commit reminder, sure. There can be a git commit reminder. There could be a reminder, but I don't even want to do that because I think I want to start getting in the habit of doing a commit after we actually do something. So, because half the time we just commit randomly. And like, yeah, that's better than not committing. But at the end of the day, we want to commit at the proper times. You will forget to begin with smiley face. Nah, I won't forget. I won't forget. I think at least at the beginning I will. In the beginning of doing this, I think I will forget. But later on, as we start developing this, I think I'll start remembering a lot better. I think. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Getting that AZERTY keyboard layout workout going in. Whew. See what I did there? Pretty funny. Just a funny guy. Boop. I am. And tell me you'll remember to commit code regularly? You don't remember stuff you did 2 days ago. True. I don't know. I feel like I could develop like a good habit of committing after we do something impressive. I think so, because I already have that where I'm like, I am thinking about it. And so now it's just acting on it. So I'm going to start doing that now. Like I'll start focusing in. Okie doke. So, let's see here. We need the... How do they lay it out, though? Because we don't want a function. This should be... Oh. It should be the full thing of what we're doing. So in the human controller, for example, the jump. The jump should be all of this. Right? No. Or is it just the input and the controller defines what it is? Just the input is action just pressed. The rest stays here. Okay. So let's do the jump first. So really, why would I have a function then? If I'm just gonna call, you wouldn't. Okay. But where did they have this stored? Like, I don't understand what this is. That's why they have a gather function. Oh, I was reading gather function as like a actual gathering mechanic. So we'll say input, call it gather inputs. Yeah, gather inputs, and we start it with a underscore to say, hey, this is only meant to be in this thing. Okay. And so it has is jumping, or instead of is jumping, should I just have it jump? Because you only do jump once. So we'll call it jump. And then in the human controller, instead of having this here, we need to say input controller dot jump. So input controller dot jump. Hey, Chef Tails, how you doing? Oh, I didn't save it, that's why. I was like, why isn't that? Whoa, what? Input controller jump jump. Guess what? What am I guessing? Cannot find member jump. It's my birthday. Is it? Happy birthday. I didn't know that. For now, it's a one-to-one replacement. The magic happens when you do the synchronizers. But jump is not found. It's not a singleton, it's a node. Oh, so we're gonna have to, in the human controller, we need to get that jump. So we need to do a export var input controller as an input controller. Save it. And of course, this isn't gonna work yet. Now I do this. Now we can assign the input controller. Boom. Whoopsies. Do this. Do that. And then we say input controller dot jump. Boom. Oh, thank you for the goose. Goose. You know, Chef Tails, listen, we're doing tomorrow. Also, this is for everyone that doesn't know. Tomorrow, episode 2 of Cooking with Covino. Not only can I cook, I'm not just sitting here as a game dev cooking some spaghetti code. We'll get an opportunity to watch me flex my real cooking skills. Howdy, Oxynom, how you doing? Nobody believes that stuff? Nobody believes what stuff? That I can cook? Generic, I guess you weren't there to see it, but I did some pierogi perfection. Oh, you will be cooking spaghetti code? Goose can get off the loose. Yeah, I agree. Where else are we doing a jump? That's an interact. So let's do another one for pulling. Is pulling. Okay, Goose, you're actually in the way. Cook me some Half-Life 3 trailer. Yeah, I don't know about that. Is pulling equals input dot is action just pressed interact. And then we go back to the controller. And then here we say input controller dot is pulling. Okay. And then is on floor. Input controller dot is pulling. Same thing here. Input controller dot is pulling. Save. I'll be back in 5. Sounds good. In case Valve won't drop it in about 5 hours. Have they mentioned Half-Life 3? I thought they did. Thought they mentioned something about it. Okay, the next thing we need is we probably need the input get vector here. There's some signs in the code of Half-Life that they're working on a third. The ending of Half-Life and Half-Life 2 anniversary documentary, Half-Life X leaks, etc. Didn't they do? They made another Half-Life. They did Half-Life X, which was like meant to be all VR, and it was good, but it flopped or something. If I remember right. Alex, that's what it is. Half-Life Alex. And it was the thing about it is it was canon but not like a direct sequel type deal. Yeah, the only VR things they were pushing it. Okay. It didn't really flop. It's still in one of the best VR games, right? But I meant flop, I guess, in terms of in comparison to what they've done before with Half-Life. But it makes sense because like not too many people have VR headsets. It makes sense that they just update the game with an official non-VR support. That would make sense. All right, so the next thing we need is this input vector. We should probably call it movement. And then we slap this into the input controller as well. Jeez, the goose walking around is loud. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. Very annoying. Export var movement. Bool. False. Oh, I already have it. Bool? Yeah, sure. Nah, we don't want a bool. We want it as a vector. Movement equals, because we're doing input get vector, and then we want, oh gosh, I always forget the ordering. We'll just do that. Ooh. Value of vector 2 cannot be assigned to type of vector 3. Get vectored as vector 2. Oh. What the heck? Why is it working here? Oh my lord, this goose doesn't allow me to open my taskbar. Input get axis? Oh, okay. And you can put the jump in here. Movement has to be vector 2. Unless I set it up this way, where we set it as a vector 3, and we get all of it here. Still haven't got the gameplay loop for terminal, but I guess Immersive Sim doesn't exactly have a fixed gameplay loop. That's the thing about it. I need to finish all the systems first, which is a lot. I understand that, yeah. Use vector 3 to handle controller input, yes. Okay. So movement equals a vector 3 instead. So we say movement equals vector 3, and then we want to do get axis. You can stick to vector 2. Well, it seems like with their movement, they just included jump in there, and that would remove a variable that we have to worry about, right? But if we stick to just a vector 2, I mean, I think that'd be fine too. So we do that, and then we set it as vector 2, 2. Like that. That's what they do. Do you know what you're cooking tomorrow? Indeed, Sammy. I do. We got the ingredients ready. You know what we're cooking tomorrow, Sammy. Although you don't know the extra thing we're cooking, the side dish that we're cooking. Pierogi? We're not cooking pierogi again. No. Something a little bit better. A little bit better. I think it's better. It's a very adult meal. Very professional. It's probably gonna take quite a long time to do, but it's gonna be good. I'm hoping it's gonna taste good. I will taste good. Again, professional chef over here. Let's get rid of the goose. All right, so we're gonna do adult professional meal. Indeed. Think it's a difficult meal to prepare. Fish sticks. I don't like seafood. Think of like you go to a fancy restaurant and think about what you would order at a fancy restaurant. That's the only hint I'm gonna give. How is fish stick seafood? Because it's fish? Gather inputs. So movement. Input controller dot movement. What if they are river fish? It's the same thing. Seafood. It's still seafood. I want to order anything because fancy restaurants are just an overpriced bloat. I don't know if I would call it overpriced bloat. I've been to a fancy restaurant before, and I can definitely guarantee that the food was worth the money. Like, it was good. Good, good. Same thing here. Input controller dot movement. Okay. So now that we have the movement, now that we have the jumping and the pulling, we want to put a synchronizer on the empty body, synchronizing the input controller. Appreciate the lurk. Also, I don't like the size of this. There we go. Create. Why is the root path just naturally there? Input controller. And we want to input. Oh. Oh. We do want that to be empty body, don't we? Synchronize the input controller. Movement. Synchronize input controller. Jump. Synchronize input controller. Pull. Like so. And I guess let's give it a go. Connect. Okay. I can't move. You're missing some stuff, but it will be interesting to see. I can't move. Call gather in the physics process. Oh. In the input. So we would do input controller dot gather input movement. No. Or we just have it up top is server. Go into input. Okay. Oh, and do a physics process. Func physics process, and then call gather inputs. And then we need to do a ready set physics process false. And then in the body, not needed. Oh, because the human controllers already has a false physics process, which means it can't even gather the inputs in the first place. Makes sense. All right, now let's give it a go. Host. Join. It will still not work correctly, but a step closer. Oh, nuts. Oh, we're moving. We're jumping. We're pulling. Okay. Something's happening. Jumping. We can't pull though. We can't pull. All right, let's see. So we're a step closer. Let's figure out what's going on here. Why is this not working? couple of things. Okay. Remove PID is equal to get unique. Oh, this one. Interesting. So, but now this is going to call it on everyone. In the input controller, in physics, check is multiplayer authority. In the physics, if is multiplayer authority. If the local system is the authority. Now the last step on add player, which our add player is here. And we set the local authority to 1, which is the host. Or to the PID, because it's the local authority. Input controller dot multiplayer authority equals PID. Input controller dot multiplayer authority equals PID. We need to obviously grab that. Export var input controller. Okay. Probably even move this up. I think it's fine. So now when they add, we have the authority. And the authority is saying like, hey, this is the person who does it locally. Boom, boom. Welcome back, Oxy. Are you able to help me with my game concept? Potentially. Multiplayer authority value type int on node input controller. So does this mean I need to do set multiplayer authority? That's not a command. How do I make a trademark? Oh, actually, that's a big question. Yeah, set should work. That didn't work. Maybe set multiplayer authority. And then we do PID. Like that. You made one? Indeed. So, Oxy, I am not a lawyer, not practicing law. Just so you are aware, I'm just a dude on the internet who has done business things. So do your own research, very important. Be sure to look it up, do some studying. But you have when creating a business or a company, an LLC, or whatever you want to, whatever structure you want, you have a basic trademark that you just have. You just have by having your business name, by having your logos and using them. As one thing you can do to protect that is you see in our Discord, we have Freedom Forge Studios, and there's you can't see it here, but it's Freedom Forge Studios and there's a TM at the end. So yeah, you do a TM. Now, if you want to do something like a federally registered trademark, that's when you're going to have to cough up big bucks. By big bucks, I'm meaning on average about $3,500 per trademark. Per trademark. That means you submit a picture, for example, or a logo. That's $3,500. Boom, gone, out the door. You submit a name. That's another $3,500. Boom, out the door. And that doesn't guarantee you're going to get accepted, because different things could happen. They could look at it and be like, your company's not big enough to warrant a trademark. Did you pay for your trademark? No. You don't need to pay for a trademark for a TM. For a TM. If you're doing the registered trademark, so federally registered, that's when you get that R symbol. The R symbol next to it. When you see TM, it's basically a warning in a way. So just whack TM on it. If you have a company, yes. Yes. And then that way, you're basically saying like, hey, back off, I have a trademark. If you're a company, it's, hey, back off, I have a trademark. And you're given a trademark just by having a company. Again, not legal advice. Take this with a grain of salt. So that's something. You establish your rights in your trademark by using it. Exactly. But those rights are limited. They only apply to a geographic area, which are providing your goods and services. If you want a stronger nationwide rights, you'll need to apply to register your trademark with us. Exactly, Dr. Dark. Exactly. So like I can do Verity trademark and people will be warned if you're using it. But the other thing is, for example, Freedom Forge Studios. So we have a trademark on FFS because that's part of our logo, part of our brand identity is FFSTM. What this means is that others cannot use FFS within the realm of gaming, game development, and software development, because that's what our business is registered for. But where you come into like a potential conflict is if someone uses FFS for a different type of good or service, something like a banana salesman, and they're selling bananas and they call them FFS bananas, then it's a completely different industry. And so that can be a conflict because it's not from a business standpoint. He said it wasn't registered though. It is, but it isn't. It's you have common law, a common law trademark, which is that TM. DBRB sounds good, Chef Tales. I'll let you know after. Yeah, Verity is my property, so it's technically legal. But are you going to sue? If someone uses Freedom Forge Studios as a game development thing, you can't use common words or phrases though. Correct. So you can't do you can't say water bottle and then boom, trademark it. Doesn't work. There's a whole priority on the strength of things, a whole priority on strengths of what the name is. So for example, Freedom Forge Studios, it's a pretty strong one in relation to being a studio. Having the name Studios within the name means that it automatically is generically for that line of business. And so that works. Freedom Forge, that's not as generic. So which means that if, for example, you call yourself Penguin Studios to make things easier, penguins have nothing to do with game development. Therefore, it would be very strong because it's an abstract random name. So that's kind of how it goes. But if I say like Computers Unlimited is using very common words, but you could protect that for something. It's harder to protect if you're using Computers Unlimited. Because someone else could say Dr. Dark Computers Unlimited. If that makes sense. It's quite complex. Woo. Quite complex. Oh my. Oh my. That's rude. Oh, okay, I know why that broke. Okay. So, yeah. But in short, to answer your question, Oxy, if someone's using Freedom Forge Studios as a game development studio, then yeah, we're gonna have problems, and we will come down on them very hard, because we're trying to create a brand here. We're using a brand. We don't want that brand name to be tarnished. Even if they are doing something good, it's still a risk factor of what if they end up doing something bad. And so that's why we would have to basically come at them and be like, yo, back off. But again, I'm a very human, I believe in more human interactions than just legal stuff. So I would probably message them first, be like, yo, what are you doing, buddy? What if they get registered trademark? That's where things get really complex, Dr. Dark. What if they ask you really nice and offer a cookie? I might be open. So if they register a trademark, so for example, if Dr. Dark Studios is your company and they have Dr. Dark Studios as well. Well, first off, they can't register the same company name. In theory, it could happen. Then it comes up to, okay, who's the bigger one? And then who's providing the most? And then on top of that, it goes into, are they competing? If they are competing, who is doing it first? And it's a whole battle that nobody wants to get mixed up with, because it's just a headache for both parties. Even if the other party is a big one, like, it's still a headache on both ends. Both ends. Covintendo. We're not doing that. All right, so why didn't the synchronizing work? Because isn't this supposed to synchronize our movement as well? Maybe not. Let's try it over here. Multiplayer. Did you test the second player? No, that's what I'm doing right now. Okay. Yeah, it's still not working. It does get us stuck. We do have jump and move, but the interact we don't. Yeah, interacting we can't. Remote. Input is pulling is all false. And if we open it, we should see it swap. Okay, it's not updating. Am I looking at the right character? I am, too. Wait. Yeah. Doesn't seem like it's changing. This is the remote. Am I looking at the right node? Let's try this one. This is the multiplayer authority. This is the host. Nothing. This is the second player. Nothing. Does it do it for the host? Input controller for the host. That's not updating either. The movement is. We can see the movement updating. We don't see the is jumping or like the gather stuff updating. What about pulling? Yeah, that's not updating either. Yeah, jump only lasts a frame, but you would still think that it would at least flip. You would think. Wait, I can't. Can I? There was a way to embed this. I forgot how. Game. Nope, that didn't work. Game? How do I embed the window? It's not just dragging it, plopping it in. Game? That didn't work either. But it does flip because we know you jump. It does flip off, that's true. So I guess that counts as jumping. And if we go to the second one, input controller, jump, and that one does not. That one does not. Nor does it get our movement. Okay. Errors. Ooh. Synchronizer cannot find the node. It's that issue again. Does this mean we have to do another await? Seems so, but I don't know where. Maybe we do it in, maybe on add player. I don't think it's on add player. I feel like it's in between the inputs. No, because if it was in between the inputs, then it would say, it would constantly be giving problems. So yeah, it might be when we set the multiplayer authority in add player. So we say await get tree dot process frame. Guess the pizza I'm eating, pepperoni. I could go for pizza. I'm actually quite hungry. And I know there's pizza downstairs because my mother got pizza. Now I'm starving and thinking of pizza. Ugh, man. Bro is hacking? What do you mean? Okay, that worked. Nope, we're still getting the errors. Yeah, the nodes are null on the empty bodies. I have pepperoni. All right, we got ads coming up in 38 seconds, folks. So what we're gonna do is, you already know the drill. Chuck on the words. Boom. Heading to level 7. Holy moly. And I will be right back real quick. Boop, boop. have returned. Howdy, Ruben. Suspicious. Why isn't my webcam turning on? There we go. I have never downed food that fast. Oh my lord. I just shoved. 3 pieces of pizza down my throat within that ad break. Woo. All right. So let's find the issue. What if we await not 1, but 2 process frames? Whew. Oh my lord. That might have not been a good idea, because now I'm like really hungry. That's rough. I wish I could test multiplayer easily. I mean, Pierogi, you can test local pretty easily. The synchronize is created immediately with the whole scene. They are. They are indeed. They're actually created with the trash scenario. So when we hit start, boom, they're created. Maybe that's causing the problem. So this should always work. I wonder... should we change the route path to just the input controller? Instead of the empty body? Although I feel like it should still be on the body, because that's like the root of the scene. If root path was spawned by a multiplayer spawner, the node will be spawned and despawned. No. Node path that replicated properties are relative to. We've broken. What have you broken now, Generic? Yeah, Generic, what have you broken now? No, actually, Generic fixed our hierarchy here. Everything. Okay, it clearly works here. The Pixel Eclipse Dust. I'm back, Covino. It's me, Tails, on my new account with the new name. I'm sticking with this. My permanent name got legacies to come. Nice. Congratulations on the new name, the Pixel Eclipse Dust 39. Oh, I know. When it comes to breaking things, no one shines next to you, Covino. Aw. Thank you, Savage. Why do you constantly bring back the trash when you know it crashes? That's a great question. That's a great question. Covino. I did it. Finally, I did it. Finally got my FTP server to upload files to the server and debugged. And now I just need to create a storage container, an SQL database for it so I can place the store files on the server. Let's go, Tommy. Congratulations, that's huge. Dust was my oldest name on Twitch. Gotcha. Also, Pixel, just so you know, it says that you are a possible ban evader. And I think this will go away after a while. I don't know how I can report that you're not, but it does say that, just to keep in mind. And thank you for the follow. Welcome. Bro, I have to run Unity twice to it. Twice for it to work. A 1 FPS game, here I come. Wait, what? I can turn it off? Oh, interesting. Oh, is turning it off in mod view? Is that what it is? For multiplayer testing. There, you're no longer sus. Perfect. Pierogi, you should be able to have just 2 running windows, right? Now you gotta click the username. Oh. Manage suspicious user, I see. Yeah, Pixel, speak for a sec, or like say something, type something. Make sure it worked for you. That way you don't show up in other streams that as a possible ban evader, and then they go like, wait a sec, what the heck? AJ, did you not just hear me talk about how I shoved 3 pieces of pizza down my throat within an ad break? Ah, there we go. Now it's good. Now it's good. I do have my Tails account on my other phone. You won't be a ban evader after 2 days since creating an account. Yeah. I do have my Tails account on another phone for when to change time. Yeah. Just remember, Covino, best mod. No other mods here, right? Yeah, Savage, you are the best mod. Don't you worry. Just came in. Oh, gotcha, AJ. Thank you for the 15 squats. Get the booty workout going in. I didn't know. You say Sammy is the best? Didn't you say Sammy is the best? I said Savage is the best. Sammy's not even here. What do you mean? No Sammy here, no Camilos, no North Pole. Whew. No Cam. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What the function? I turned on my phone and started hearing your voice. Scared the living sausages out of me. Who says that? Scared the living sausages out of me. Vongo. You got a lot of sausages in you, Vongo? Interesting. Oh, I'm only the best mod if there's no other mods here? Seems like a pretty low bar. No. I was just saying it for their sake so they didn't feel butthurt about it. That's all. Whew. No, I don't eat sausages. I'm a vegetarian. Ah, I'm sorry for your loss. By the way, guys, if you got Netflix and can watch Adolescence, you should. What's that about? I do have Netflix. All right, so let's figure out what's going on. First off, we can just do this. But we need to sync the VAR. How can you afford Netflix? What the heck? Covino is rich. No, Sammy. It's actually my parents' Netflix account. Covino's favoritism What is this? Yeah. Just remember, Covino, best mod. We're just not gonna play that. What do you mean sorry for your loss? I'm not losing anything. You're missing the beautiful flavors of meat. What if I sent it to every moderator? It's interesting because each episode is shot in a single shot, no cuts, fades, etc. One continual scene. That's interesting. Huh. The one where they bleach the main character? Wait, what? In episode 4, miniseries, this young kid who gets arrested for murder in the UK. Huh. I don't want to eat meat. I like animals when they are non-dead. You can still love animals and eat meat. What you mean? That's a whole can of worms right there of confusing thought processes that don't make sense. Logical sense. Emotional sense, sure. Logical. Nah. I don't want to eat meat. You don't have to if you don't want to. If body.garbage is equal to type. Okay. So that should work now with putting in the things. I eat animals because I don't want them to go extinct. There you go. That's one way. Oh, I'll need to remember this one. Because I like animals more than Vongo, apparently. True? No? Yeah. I eat them because they're tasty. Think about chickens. Vongo doesn't care about the chickens. They're not tasty. Whew! Alright, we don't want to open this can, Vongo. No, no, no. Come up with cloned meat? Sure, I can drop real meat. If they come up with like a cloned meat that's still as good as meat and as like tasty and healthy, then yeah. I actually got sick from it. Interesting. It's interesting how the default flavor for food stuff is chicken. It is, yeah. Your bloodline is weak and you won't survive the winter. It's hilarious. Yeah, no, I just... live in Wisconsin, probably one of the coolest places in the US. Maybe the coldest. It's quite cold there. Well, sure. If you didn't eat something your whole life and then suddenly eat it, makes you sick. Much surprise and stuff. That's true. That's true. If you don't eat something when you're in the beginning, you're not going to have the right enzymes for like the healthy gut biome to actually be able to digest and eat the things. Because I hear that happening a lot. Is when you don't eat certain foods, you lose the bacteria in your gut to actually properly digest the food. And then you just become sickly. How do we do this? My body seems to kill my own my own gut biome. 10 out of 10. Oof. Vongo's vegetarian and also farted in his grandma's CPAP. Added goats. Oh, Vongo. Vongo, Vongo. I dream of one day Vongo being introduced to the world of meat and then becoming jacked out of his mind. What? I thought we talked about this. Yeah, I haven't. I forgot to remove it today, so we're removing it tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yeah. Got so much to do. So much to do. I've been on using all my free time for setting up for Cooking with Covino, episode 2. Tomorrow. And then, yeah. All right, so add player. We do this. We set the multiplayer authority, but I think this is a Boolean. Means unnecessary middleman. Vongo, that is a very false statement. I would say do some more research. I think the best bet is do your own research. Look at different scientific papers. Look at different studies that have been done, and then I'd be willing to bet that your conclusion will come to a very different one. You're a false statement. I have done research. I would suggest doing it again. If recursive is true, pure recursively set the authority to child nodes. Does not automatically replicate the new authority to other peers. Developer's responsibility to do so. You may replicate, okay. But when we do this, we have an ID. What are you trying to say, Covino? Trying to say that doing research is a good first step. Doing deeper research to find actual answers is the best step. Very scientific method. Do the scientific method. That's what I'm saying. He just wants to bully me? No, Vongo, I don't. I just want... I truthfully want the best for you, Vongo. Because like I said, what was it, last month or something? Like, Vongo, you do inspire me greatly. Greatly. Getting into game development, getting into streaming. I think that's awesome. And I want the best for you. And so if I can impart anything that I've learned or that I've failed at, then I think that's good. Multiplayer authority is the peer of the authority over the node and network. Defaults to peer ID 1, the server. Useful conjunction RPC config. That's weird though. Recursively set to the authority. No. I don't understand why it would not be working then. Maybe we need to set it earlier? That doesn't make sense though, why we would have to. Add player. And this just adds the model. I guess... Is it in the trash scenario? No, they have them. Huh. Weird. Let's do test. 1, connect, ready, start. Yeah. I don't think it's setting the authority. Controller, input controller. No, it is. And the jump works. The pulling's working. We have the new multiplayer authority there. But if I do jump and movement down here... Huh. But they are people. Sammy. Can you expand so we can see the synchronizers are there? Sure thing. Synchronizers right here. It has a multiplayer authority of 1. Which is what the other one has as well. They should have the authority of 1, right? Don't we have to do something else with the authority? I want a New York. What's a New York style cheesecake? I don't know enough about cheesecakes. Oh, that sets the camera. Probably should do that as well. I don't know, AJ. I've seen things that say the opposite. Sir Salis. It's a cheesecake with a giant rat in it. Ah, that makes sense. That adds up. Why did that? Oh, because it says, I get it. Oops. That's weird that the authority... Not sure about why Autobot wouldn't agree with that. I mean, cheesecake. Yeah, we're talking about cheesecake here. I know why that got auto-modded. Man. Get multiplayer authority. Well, let's get the... We know the movement is being found. But I wonder why the movement... it's doing that thing again. That's what could be causing it. It's doing the same thing as before. Where it's saying it can't find the nodes in spawn point's empty body synchronizer. What did you actually see and how much research have you done on the subject? I spent about 2 months on and off researching it because I was looking into, this is when I was getting into working out, and I was looking at what everyone, not only was I looking at anecdotal stories, but I was looking at the science-backed research on it. So different research papers that were done, although the research papers, the biggest flaw with them is that I don't think they had a long enough period of doing it. So for example, it would say like, oh, we had group A only eat vegetable protein and they still had the same grams of protein intake over the course of 16 weeks. That's not enough time. And then I think I saw one that was, I think the longest one that's been done that I've seen was like a year, maybe 2. But even then, I don't think that's a long enough period of time either. So to be completely fair, I don't think the research papers although they all do point saying like meat is better, I don't think they're great either. And the other thing we have to keep in mind is everybody's body composition is completely different. So some people might be more prone to eating things like fruits and nuts, while others could be the opposite. And so where their fruits and nuts will overbloat them. So I think it's more of a person-to-person basis as compared to a general thing. So I think saying, like, for example, oh, everyone should go on a carnivore diet, I don't think that to be true. I think it depends on a person-to-person basis. Everyone's unique. Everyone's built differently. So that would be the big thing. So saying better on what regards? Better as in longevity, health, and fitness levels. So increasing muscle mass, growing your muscles, being healthy. Longevity in terms of different biomarkers for living longer, stuff like that. But again, it comes down to the biggest thing is I don't think anyone can say one blanket statement like, oh, purely vegetarian is best. Purely carnivorous is best. Like, I don't think that's the case. And it seems to be pointing that a general mix of both is best if you want to look at the overall for the general population. But again, this is not a personal, like a person-to-person basis. It's a general thing. And that's where research gets really difficult because every person's different. Vegetarians don't only eat fruits and vegetables. Yeah, I know that, Vongo. I'm saying that as an example. Obviously, they don't only eat fruits and vegetables. But I think purely from a health standpoint, the science points more towards a balanced diet for the overall general population. Again, though, that's not a person-to-person basis. And that's where you actually find the results. Same thing with working out. Like, if someone says, oh, I want a six-pack, person A might not need to do anything. And then, boom, they have a six-pack. Person B, they might need to put in a bunch of reps, do a bunch of cardio. They could be at the same body fat percentage, but because they're built differently, their bodies are comprised differently. They have to do different workouts, different exercises, different things. And I think that's really lost when it comes to health and fitness, is the person-to-person, the personal aspect of it. Because although we are all humans, we're still different. Get node not found. Game scenario. But if you have research that says like, oh, vegetarian is the best, like I'd love to see a couple different versions, like different research papers on it. Especially when it comes to like a person-to-person basis based on showing some factors. But yeah, then from the anecdotal standpoint, I have yet to see a single person who has been, would you mind me sending the actual articles? Would you mind sending me the actual articles you have that you were talking about? AJ, I don't have those articles anymore, dude. Like, would you mind sending me the actual articles that you're referring to? I don't have them anymore. I'd have to go do my own research, and candidly, I don't have the time, nor do I care to do it. Just being real. I like where your head's at, though. Parameter node, null. Trash scenario spawn points, empty body, synchronizer. Empty body synchronizer. Empty body. Okay, no problem, I understand. Yeah. Maybe we do The await? Where's the input controller? Set multiplayer authority. And then in the input controller, I don't think we want to put it in the input controller though. We don't want to wait a tick in the physics process. I don't know where to wait get tree dot physics frame. Probably should do a process frame actually. Process frame. Bounce, 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 bounce. I agree with the science in that, yes, we need some kind of vegetable diet in addition to meat, i.e. not just meat. There are additives more recently that have let us not just survive, but thrive as a vegetarian. I just like to argue about it because it annoys the living piss out of vegetarians. It is interesting. It does rile them up. It does proc that inner troll to come out. But at the end of the day, like I was saying, it really comes down to a person-to-person basis. And I don't think anyone would argue that. But because saying like everyone should be eating XYZ, like nah. There's some, but not much study being done, being able to survive on just gruel-like food substitutes. Interesting. Gruel-like foods. But now we're getting into the territory of like, do you really want that? I know personally I would not want to eat gruel every day. Even if it is the best thing for me to eat, let's like entertain it. I don't know about y'all, but I don't think I'd want to eat that all the time. No. I can change that. Just, I've never seen an article stating health risks except for some deficiencies that person dependence. I would love to find actual articles you stumbled upon. Yeah, do some I mean, you can do some Googling, find it. But the biggest health risks are obviously like you said, huge deficiencies in different vitamins and whatnot. But there's also other I would say look into muscle building in particular. And that's where you're going to find a lot of stuff. Cuz that's what I was looking for, is muscle building. Should you read the error message or just close it? I know what the error message is. The problem is that it's not finding the nodes again. So it's the same issue that we had before, where it was that hierarchy problem. Photoproteins are not great for muscle building. Yeah, right. Kind of goes into that saying of like, you are what you eat. Whatever they're called from plants. Yeah. And if you want to build muscle while still staying vegetarian, you are going to have to eat or take pills and stuff. Maybe meat is just better at building muscle, which I don't really care about. Yeah, maybe. Again, person-to-person basis, what your goals are and all that. But I wouldn't state that necessarily that lacking something is better. And I wouldn't state that having too much of something is better. Maybe. Building muscle isn't just about bodybuilding. Right. That, I don't mean like, when I'm saying building muscle, I'm not talking about like just getting yoked. No. So it's having that same issue where the synchronizer cannot find the nodes that we're looking for. Oh, I think I found the source of the issue. Oh? At least a description of it. Is it sitting in a chair in front of a webcam? No. I hate this. If I'm holding W and it crashes, just writes W all over the place. Copy that. Plop it over here, do a little of this and a little bit of that. Ooh. Tried to figure a good solution for this issue. I'll need to be pushed to 4.1. Problem relies on deferred nature of change scene 2. It would require multiplayer API to temporarily stop processing packets, wait until the scene is changed. We don't do a scene changed anymore, though. Mostly read articles stating things similar to this one, which states that vegetarians have a better health. Interesting. But what you do is spawn children. True, we do spawn children. Let's dive into it. Experienced the same problem. Tried to add a multiplayer spawner to my project. When I use get tree, change scene to file. But that's the thing, we're not changing scene to file anymore. Not anymore. What is this? Get out of here, man. Vegetarian diets. What do you know of their effects on common choice diseases? The abstract is evaluated. Lower prevalence of obesity, of course. Cancer rates appear moderately lower. Introduction. I want to see how long the so this is a 2-year study with a small number of other large cohorts. Yeah. What are you, vegan now? Absolutely not, Finn. Absolutely not. We were talking about it a little bit about the differences, and because we got a lot of people in chat that are like very, very passionate about being vegan and vegetarian, and we have a lot of people that are saying like, no, that's not great. So it was just an interesting discussion we were having about it. So let's go back to game dev though. What they use instead of RPC is actually spawn the level using a spawner. Oh, interesting. Just live your best life, vegan or not, and not worry about how other people live their lives. Yeah, I think like I kept saying, it comes down to a person-to-person basis on what works best for you. If you're a healthy individual, to be clear, I'm neither vegetarian nor vegan. Gotcha. I mean, I think it just comes down to if you're feeling the best, being the healthiest, being vegetarian, then hey, stick with it. If you're super healthy, eating only cotton candy, you eat that cotton candy. But good morning, Finn. How you doing? Experienced the same problem. Adding multiplayer spawn number project when I use get tree, change scene to file. Other demo project works fine when everything is contained under one node. We had this where it worked fine when everything was contained into one. I eat purely junk food. What do you call that? I'd say you must got a lot of junk in junkatarian. I mean, Sammy, if eating a lot of junk food works for you, then you eat that junk food. You eat that junk food. Raccoon-centric diet. I hate eating junk food, but it's readily available and relatively affordable. That's true. The healthier you want to eat, the more expensive it tends to be. Really annoying. I mean, you can still like hit your macros by eating cheaply, but it's definitely a lot easier if you can afford it. During a multiplayer session can be problematic when players join mid-game or rejoin a match. See, I don't think we're changing scene though. Are we? I didn't think we were. No, we're just adding a child of the scene. You're not, but here's what I think happens. You know, we are not. We're adding a. I think we're adding the scene not through a spawner. I think we're getting the scene added just locally on everyone. Yeah, on the client you load the scene faster and the scene and the spawners are not ready. Yeah. Get a race condition. So what we need to do is spawn in this scene through a multiplayer spawner. Through a spawner. And then we should be cooking. So let's go to game. We're going to add another multiplayer spawner. Oh, I had it there, but add a spawner. We're going to call this spawner the network spawner, or actually object spawn pbject object spawner. Name this one the scenario spawner. It's going to assign to the scenario node. We're going to put it up here just so it's like kind of like right under it. Do this part of the code only for the server. Correct. So if scenario ID, and then we can say actually, we could probably just add an and. Whole loop can be done server only. Yeah. We say, oh no, we're waiting for a synchronizer. Huh? What is this synchronizer? Oh, we're waiting for this one to be crafted. That's right, we create a synchronizer for all the data. Yeah, that's for the player data. I'm gonna write that. For player data. And then we say if multiplayer.isServer. Then we do the for loop. And the scenario visible stuff and the scene transition we can leave. Yeah, add auto spawn list. That's gonna be interesting. I think what we'll have to do is do the same thing that we were gonna do with the object spawner and say, hey, if you are X, if you are the blank scenario, then you look for this. I think that's what we'll have to do. Trash scenario. And so we need to say, we'll do it in here. Or actually this one. We'll say to do, and we'll say create function to change what scenario or what scenario is on auto spawn list, because you don't want to hold every single one on it, or else it can cause some lag issues. Host client ready start. All right, invalid index of 2. Where are you? Index 2 for setting the labels. Setting the labels is there's also a race condition, because the labels are racing off of the player data. And I don't believe these board labels on the leaderboard are being set through a spawner. Yeah, they are not. That's another issue. So we should get these labels added through a spawner, or we should synchronize them, because they are happening off of which they are synchronized. No, they are not. Okay. Oh, then just do an await. Yeah, we could just do an await, like await a process frame. I don't like doing this though, because we're awaiting so many different process frames all over the place, and that's not good. Instead, what I think needs to happen here is we need to redo this and set up for, oh wait, that was right. Set up for spawner / synchronizer. Because right now, the way that the labels are being added is that everyone has the same player data. And so it's just kind of doing that. It's basing it off the player data. When instead, we should be spawning the label as the players are being added in, and then also synchronizing the labels in terms of their what their text says, so their name and their points. That's what should be done. But to finish this part, yeah, it didn't work. All right, so I guess we move into fixing the board labels. Can you show player data? Remote manager player data. We have two players and 4 players. So what's happening is this guy only has 2, doesn't have the bots yet. Does not have the bots yet. Yeah, bots aren't synced. Which we could do await multiplayer manager dot synchronizer dot synchronized. There we are. Says, what is this? Non-existent function. So it's not getting the controller now. Set physics process and base nil. Set physics process on base nil. So character or controller is nil, right? We crashed so much stuff. I apologize. It seems you're heading in the right direction. Yeah, I think we are heading in the right direction. I mean, the fact that it crashed so many things meant that this was built on out of paper. Add player. I don't think it's add player. I think it's assign player. What up, Hypnotic? Good day, mate. Multiplayer host. Ooh, sorry, Hypnotic. Today's Sunday. You didn't start with the dad joke. Oh! What was that? It's Monday, though. Stop living in the past. All we did was an await. All right, let's do an await in here, maybe. Enable player, that happens on the assign player. On the assign. Need to do it in both. Maybe. So far, so good. No bots, though. That's interesting. It didn't do the bots. Huh. That's why it's breaking. Only 2 bots, need to do it in both. Multiplayer host. That's weird though. When we await in the other one, the host really messes up. Now the host has no one, but the client is good. Only in server. Only in client. Yeah, we only want to await in the client. So we say if multi dot is server and then do it in both. Player dot is server. Didn't you in a third place? Did I? Oh man. I did. I did it in the other thing. Wait. But I think it's fine. Look it. Look at... It's moving! It's moving! Oh, it's not moving in the host, though. We didn't do it. We didn't do it, generic. We didn't do it. It's not moving in the... But it's moving from the server to the client. That's big. That's big. Okay, we got ads playing, though, so we'll get to that in just a sec. Holy moly. Heading to level 1. Lots of fun. Almost a win. Almost. We are close. Holy moly. This feels like a lot of awaits, though, which I don't feel great about. But maybe that's just part of it. Maybe. All right, I will be right back real quick, and then when I return, we will figure it out. We will figure it out. Boop. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Hope they were fun and exciting and entertaining and all the other ings. Webcam on. Boom, bop, bang. Ooh, this is scary. My Amazon order, which we need for tomorrow. Need for tomorrow. So what happened with it is that it yeah, What happened with it is that the card got declined, and it said it was going to appear between 2 and 6, but the card got declined. And so I put in a new one, and now I don't know. It's already almost 4, and it doesn't say it's shipped out yet. I don't know if I should reorder it. That says, because it says it might arrive between 5 and 10 today if I order within an hour, but I'm not sure. What do y'all think? Do you have any ideas? Totally working while I'm live on my own stream for a few minutes. Sounds good, Gamian. Speak to them. Order another. Worst that happens is that you have to send one back. We heard something the other day. The system didn't automatically resource it from the next fulfillment center when the first order was out of stock. So I should cancel the order and then order a new one. No, just leave the one that I ordered that says between 2 and 6. Don't cancel, order 2. I can't order 2. Because if I order 2, I don't have time to do anything. Do it on web chat. I'm streaming right now. I'm not gonna be able to do that. I'm just wondering if I do a quick good content. I don't think it is. And plus, I can't spoil what this item is because it's used for tomorrow. It's a very important item for tomorrow. And I don't want to spoil it because it might spoil what might be being made. Goal, Amazon support. Make sure to get a very tight shot of your order address. Covino, no, only Forge here. No. Put on words, and then we can have fun on your own. That's fair. That's fair. I've never contacted their Amazon support before, though. View order. Let's see. Boom. Track package. I don't see a contact. Oh, well. If it comes, it comes. If it doesn't, tomorrow's gonna blow. Don't do it through item/track package. Yeah, I just don't know how to use Amazon that well. Go through the support area and there's a contact us. I don't even see that. Oh. Your orders. Amazon. Payments. Transactions. Other programs. Communication and content. Manage your data. I'm not seeing any. Oh, customer service. And then click this. Oh, it says the item hasn't shipped yet, but is still on track to arrive on time. And you don't see a status, that's normal. Okay. We should be good. Just no more checking on it and we'll be good. Let's do game dev. I said that at 8 p.m. Meant to arrive by 10. Okay. So I should be fine then. It just probably didn't. It's fine. We'll see. If it's at 6, if it hits 6 o'clock and it's still not here, then I'll contact them because they have until 10. So should be fine. Oh, it said it was on track, but it wasn't. But it still arrived the same day though, right? As long as it arrives today, I don't care when today. It was never going to update through until I contacted them. Oh. Oh, shoot. Next delivery date was 2 days later. Ooh. Oh. All right. It looks like we are going to put words on again. One more time. Heading to level 4. Level 4. While I quickly contact them to make sure this gets here for tomorrow. Okay. I'm just here to vibe, man. Maybe vibe code a little. Brax. How are you enjoying vibe coding? It seems like something really interesting I keep looking at, but I do worry about bad code. Maybe vibe code a little, man. Brax the Saint. Brax, I like the way that you type. Just here to vibe, man. Just some vibe coding. You know, just trying to vibe. Customer service. Boom. Boom. Oh no, I'm just trolling. Oh. Man, you got me excited. I was like, oh, what's this vibe coding stuff? Going through this customer chat here. Why are we doing words again? I'm contacting Amazon about something very important. Just so, it's just when you use AI to write all your code. Well, I know like what vibe coding is, but, special. Vibe coding. I like the idea of vibe coding where you're just kind of, you know, vibing. I think that's good. You're feeling your code, you're going with it, but vibe coding's definitely something interesting. Interesting. Stupid bot. Whew. I did it. I did it. I made it to a customer service rep. Whew. They're gonna help. It's gonna be great. There they go. They're typing. Happy to assist you today. Thanks. Appreciate your help. Thanks, I appreciate your help. The nice thing about talking to an LLM versus a real person is I talk to them the same. That's why you always treat your LLMs like people. I heart Bunny Boys. Well, 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 if it isn't the creator of Chicken Chasers, the #1 game in the world that has to do with stomping chickens with a pogo stick, welcome in. Welcome in. Currently, we are waiting for a special package coming in. For those of you who don't know, my name's Covino, and tomorrow we have a very, very special thing going on called Cooking with Covino, episode 2. And so I ordered something off of Amazon that is required for tomorrow, like of utmost importance. And because my gift card got declined, we're chatting with Amazon right now, trying to figure it out. Oh, one sec. Now they're asking. But let everyone else know. What were you working on? What were you doing? And so, we're working on a Mario Party-like game. That revolves all around lifeguarding and beach activities. Currently, the mini game we are working on is all about picking up trash off the beach. Sounds boring at first, right? Well, just you wait until we show you what is going on. This is our second ever game here, multiplayer game. And oh boy. So basically, there are a bunch of different types of course. Thank you. I don't know how I'm supposed to respond to that. It says I have to respond to the... Okay. Amazon customer support. It says you have to respond within 2 minutes. Please allow me a minute. Check details. Sure thing. Take your time. Okay. What is this? We're working on Game Jam. Oh, that's right. The D2 Jam. YouTube short in a minute. The link still in progress. Ooh. Made with the Godot engine. Oh, I forgot words are showing right now. Let me push the Amazon chat over here. Cat spawn here. Oh, there's a happiness meter with the cats. Oh, there's little cats everywhere. Let me turn off the autopilot on this. Boom. Yeah, it's already off. Sweet. You're just messaging so you don't get timed out. Tell the person you're just messaging. Oh, no. They said, give me a second. I said, sure, take your time. Ooh, YouTube short. This is what we want. If I can copy this. Control copy. And then we'll open this up. Little paste. Sorry, this is like the worst timing right here. Trying to get this going. Holy moly. There we go. Let's turn these words off so we can check out this little short. Words off. Amazon. Back up. There we go. I have it pulled up on my other monitor. End this chat. I don't want to do that. Okay. Cat Lady Simulator. Not crazy cat lady simulator? Wait, short. 5'8" isn't short. Why are you calling him short? Well, I don't think she was calling me short. Nothing crazy about it. Nothing crazy about it. I just saw them dancing. They're kissing and dancing. That's a lot of cats. Wait. Isn't the... Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much. The Amazon, hang on, hold up. Let me tell you this really quick. Nope. Thank you again for your help. You're amazing. Boom. The Amazon, so the Amazon person I'm talking to, they go, thank you for your patience. Your details and payment went through. It's been being shipped. You will receive the items today. Please be rest assured. You're welcome. Don't worry. You're going to get it today. We got this. You are most welcome. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. Hello, everybody, and welcome. The name is Covino. Tomorrow, episode, Cooking with Covino. Something very special is occurring. Something very awesome is happening. Not only am I a chef when it comes to creating spaghetti code, but I am also a real chef in the kitchen. I can cook, I can clean, I can do all those things. Tell Amazon to join this stream. It's called networking. I don't know. That person was not. I don't think they were having it. I almost wanted to drag them out, but they were. I had to give like information and stuff. Ooh. Looks awesome. Can't wait. Oh, wait. Excited to play this. Comment. Always comment. Always comment. Helps. It helps the algorithm. And then you always like your own comments, folks. Like your own posts, like your own comments. It helps. Anyways, game's looking fire. Looking fire. I've always wanted to be an old cat lady. That would have been a good comment. Ugh. So you're saying a chef in the kitchen implies that you're that there's another place you are a chef. Indeed, iHeart. Wouldn't you like to know? All right, so this game, what we got going on is, check this out. Ready? Boom. Boom. Game title. Is it Godot? Not just Godot. Chef at a grill. I am like actually very confident and competent when it comes to grilling. Grilling just about anything. I can grill, that's for sure. Like for sure. Ready? Chef on the toilet? I'm really a chef anywhere. Anywhere and everywhere. So boom! Here we are. Multiplayer game. Now, I would like to direct everybody's attention to the right side. This is the client. Right here, the client. Check this out. Ready? Ready? Woo! Woo! Woo, woo, woo! That's right. Multiplayer. Multiplayer. So now let's look at what the actual game does. So the idea is you have trash littering the beach. And it's your job to go pick up the trash, compete against other players, to pick up the trash and put it in the right respective bins. So we have compost, let's use purple, trash, and recycling. And so you have to, taking the piece of trash, you got to bring it into the right one. But be careful, because players can steal your trash from you and collect points. Now, the bigger the trash, the heavier it is, and the more points you get. Oh, we do have another piece of trash. We'll be able to add it tomorrow. Oh, do we? So, for example, this one. This is the huge piece of trash. Probably one of the biggest pieces of trash that we have. And so what you can do is you pick it up, and it's going to delete itself right now. But rest assured, it is there. And so, as you can see, it slowed our walking speed. Now it's going to break when I go to turn it in, because again, we're still working on it. But that's kind of the base premise of everything going on. Yeah, that's the idea. Pretty neat, pretty cool. And this is just one mini game out of 15 mini games. 15 mini games that we have to do. I mean, right now, the goal for the game is to get 5 mini games done. 5 mini games and 1 game board. And then we can say, all right, it's time to put it up on Steam for wishlist. Speaking of wishlist, though, for those of you who don't know, Chicken Chasers, available now for wishlist on Steam. Be sure to wishlist it, check it out. iHeart is constantly checking our wishlists. So if you want to make iHeart upset, don't wishlist it. If you want to make her happy, as you should, then be sure to wishlist it. Chicken Chasers. Look at that, on my wish list. On my wish list. It's true, I constantly check. Indeed. Indeed. And also, not to brag or anything, but just so you all know, I am the self-proclaimed #1 chicken chaser in the world. So, just so you know. How many mini games do we have completed so far? We have 1-ish. Ish. But yes. All right, back to work we go. Fancy way of saying only. And we have one. I'm pretty sure I am the best chicken chaser. Okay. Well, developers don't count. You better be happy. Okay. So you're not, oh man. You know, I had a feeling someone was going to say that the moment I said that. I am a developer. Professional developer, actually. We created a game called Realm Rapture, now available on iOS. The #1 free 3D mobile game, complex mechanics, developed in Godot in 2024/2025. That is terrifying. So terrifying. All right, so what was the issue before I got super sidetracked with Amazon? That's what we need to do. Go here, go there, connect, blah, 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 ready, start. Second player moving on the host, that's correct. So the host moves on the client, but the client doesn't move on the host. That's right. I'm happy like a Hallmark woman who just learned the true meaning of Christmas until she realizes that true meaning of Christmas is made up baloney. Can you check the input remote node? I wish I read that earlier. Capitalism. That's the real reason. That's the reason we're here for. Boom. Bang, bang, bop. Ready, start. Why do you always turn off debugging when you face an issue? Turn off debugging? What do you mean? I always have it on. Remote? Oh, like press stop? That's just a habit. It looks bad. That too. That too. All right, so here's our scenario that gets spawned in. We're looking at our characters now. They have their synchronizer, input controller. This is for the client. The client is the snowman that turned into a guy with a six-pack that makes him look like he was invented in a lab by a bunch of scientists. Wait, what? Oh, that's the true meaning. Gotcha. Interesting. They probably could create a pretty fire dude. Okay, now move around. Yep, it's updating the movement. It is updating movement. It doesn't appear to be updating jumping and pulling. Okay, what are we on? The client? Yes, this is the client, and we're looking at the client's node. I thought I just saw pulling for a sec. On the client's node? On the client? Yes, so this is the client, and then we're looking at the client's node. In the remote, yes, yes. The remote of the client, yes. This is the client's input node. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. And then, but you can show the client node on the host. Oh, can you show the client node on the host? Yeah. Boom. And then we look at spawn points, client node, input. And that doesn't update. That one is not updating. Interesting. That's problematic. Is it because we're not synchronizing the movement? Can you also change multiplayer's authority of the synchronizer? What do you mean also change? So the synchronizer has an authority of 1. Are you not synchronizing movement? I don't think we are. No, we definitely are. Empty body. Let's go to local. Yeah, we are synchronizing movement. Never mind. Yeah, we're synchronizing movement. Currently only setting authority on the input node. Also set one on the synchronizer. Oh. Get rid of that. So close it. This synchronizer. And what would that be? Just like in the ready? Oh, in add player. Add player. So we have the input controller set multiplayer authority, but we want to get the synchronizer is what you're saying and set that authority as well. So export var synchronizer. Multiplayer synchronizer. And then we hit save. Pop open here. Assign it. And then we can come down to add player. Synchronizer dot set multiplayer authority to PID as well. And give it a go. Boom, boom, boom. Asdazed. Boom, bang, bop. Ready? Start. Oh, I was gonna say, oh no. Okay. Host is good. Yay! It works! Look at that, we got multiplayer. Woo! Even the tail jiggles. It lags a little, but that's to be expected. Whoo! Whoo! iHeart, have you used the jiggle bones yet? And do you need a tutorial on the jiggle bones? Show me real quick how you did the jiggle bone. I would love to. We are in sync. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Jiggle bone tutorial. Step 1. you need to go to your character. Boom. Character. I'll also show you the look at node because that one's really cool. And I think this look at one you could use for your cats. And I think that would actually be super useful. So step 1, you add the jiggle bone. Now keep in mind with the jiggle bone, Godot did have an error when they added it. So first thing you got to do is you got to go to your skeleton, and then you have to add the spring bone simulator. Spring bone simulator, because Godot, the person who made this, they did a phenomenal job, but they must have been having a tired night or something, and so they misspelled jiggle bone and did spring bone simulator. But I was told that this is probably going to be fixed in like 4.5 or 4.6 because they messed up with the naming issue. So they'll be back to it and it'll be called the jiggle bone. So keep in mind the jiggle bone was misspelled. It was misspelled. So now that you have the jiggle bone, what you want to do is you need to first assign the root bone, the main, like the first bone. So for us, we want the tail to jiggle. So we want to assign this one as the first bone, and then this one as the second, as the end bone. And so that's what we did. We went tail 1, tail 5. Easy. Next, you need to make the jiggle bone stiff. You need to get it stiff. Easy as, exactly. So next you want to mess with the jiggle bone a little bit, play around with it, and you can make it more stiff as you go. We found that 2.5 stiffness of the jiggle bone works pretty well. And as you can see, it jiggles. Wait. Sorry, I go too fast. Gets more stiff as you play with it? Yes. Yes. So that's based off of the dampening curve. So with us, ours actually starts off really, really stiff. And then as you play with it, it actually gets a little bit looser or less stiff. Once it's used. So you want to be sure to mess with that with the dampener depending on how you want it. Oh, the opposite. Yeah. Although we did set the base value of the stiffness to 2.5. That's usually what happens when it's a bit older. Huh? What do you mean? This is a new feature. Anyways. Sounds like doctor visit is needed. Seems a bit loose, or do you just move the crock roughly? You rascal, once it's used. Yeah, like look, so if you notice here, it starts off more stiff, and then as we're using it, it's getting floppier and less stiff. And the reason it's jiggling so much is because I'm moving the base. So if I like really rough it around, it starts jiggling more. Yeah, you don't want to over jiggle it. But yeah, you'll go blind. Huh? I mean, I guess, yeah, it could be like a epilepsy warning type deal. Potentially. I would think if you were gentle with it, it would stay hard. Yeah, if you are more gentle with it, it will stay more stiff. Yeah. So that's really the base, like, functionality of it. And then you can increase its radius. So if you want a thicker jiggle, then you can increase the radius of the jiggle. Just need to pay attention if you want it hard. Yeah. And like, for example, if we want the jiggle bone super, super hard, check this out. Ready? We have 2.5, shoot it up to 4. See how it gets hard? See? You can see it. You can just barely see it. Just kind of go from limp to... That's from doing the stiffness value. And what that means is if we have it fully stiff, now when we start moving it, it's not going to jiggle nearly as much. Of course, if I'm going really rough with it, it's going to jiggle no matter what. But if you just look at the lightness of the jiggle, and this is usually about your character movement that you'll have. So as you can see, super stiff still. But we found 2.5 to be really good for a tail. But you can kind of play with it as you go. Goal, induce trauma. What? The big thing though, as you see, now it's lighter. Big thing to keep in mind though, can't wait to play with it. It is so fun to play with, honestly. Something super useful. the radius. So as you can see, there's like these little balls. The little balls are actually just on each bone here. So as you can see, the sphere is encircling each bone. It's just making them thicker. And that is the collision part. So where the jiggle actually happens. And so if you make it the radius bigger, then the jiggle will kind of collide more. And you can really mess with that. And thus, so if you make the radius super small, then it's gonna jiggle way more. But for a tail, I found a thicker jiggle to be better. Just lets me do it. Wait, Coda uses Godot? I didn't realize you were working with Coda in creating characters. I thought Coda was doing like the music stuff. Huh. Has been learning. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Highly recommend the jiggle bone. So that's the base features of it. And then I haven't really played too much with like the gravity and stuff. I assume that's just how much it pulls on it. But yeah, jiggle bone, super easy to add. Super easy to add. So you want the same ball size on all of the tail? Yeah, for the most part. The radius, I don't think you can change that. So ours is 0.3. And as you see, we can make it jiggles less because it's more. But if I do little bits, so if I turn them really small, then it's going to jiggle a whole lot more everywhere. And it doesn't look like a tail anymore. It's too jiggly. And so we like to put it at 0.35 here. That way they all kind of stay more attached and less jiggling. Yeah. Shouldn't be smaller when the tail's thinner. Probably, although I don't think you can control that. I think it's just a stiffness everywhere, or a radius everywhere. Maybe if you put a dampening curve, I would assume a dampening curve would do that. But really, I don't think it matters all that much, because this seems to be working great already. But yeah, that's any questions about the jiggle bone, and be sure to call it by its proper name, the jiggle bone, because it's just mostly for the viewer's sake, so then they know like, oh, okay. Because when Godot fixes the spelling error, then people will like be like, oh, the jiggle bone instead of the Spring Bone Simulator 3D. Like, what is that? Yeah, it'd be confusing if we didn't say jiggle bone. Exactly. Yeah. Just curious. Saw this one on the release notes for the first time. Oh, the first time. Yeah, super cool. Well, it was a really good lesson on both jiggle bone and secondhand embarrassment. Secondhand embarrassment. The other new bone, this one's gonna be really good for your cats, actually. So let me start with the look marker. We have two look at modifiers. One is attached to our head. Just all you do is just go into the bone and you can select which bone to put it on. One is selected on the head. Be sure to use the forward axis. And one is selected on the spine. On the spine. And what they do is their target node is this look at marker right here. Check this out. Ready? As you move the look at, it makes whatever bones you attach to it look at the object. And we can go up and down and all that. So the big part about this, hey, 2 years ago, Covino, in 2 years, you're going to be doing a live stream where you say jiggle bone 347 times. Yeah. A neat animation trick that I learned from Ironic is great for camera control too. Yeah, you can make things look at the camera or just look at whatever. One thing that we're using it for, which is really cool, is we have this look at marker, but this is actually our reset marker. So we use this just to reset the looking of the character. But before I get to that next part, Ironic taught us this really important animation principle where you want to put one on the spine, because before, when we didn't have it on the spine, the head was just moving. But by including the spine, you can kind of, let me see if I can zoom in more. You can kind of see him where the spine is tilting, and it just makes it look more realistic and better. And so his whole body kind of rotates and not just his head. So highly recommend doing the spine as well. Set this to 0. Oh, now this brings up the next part. Notice how the mesh itself isn't actually clipping. Added so much life to the character. It really did. Really, really does. But notice how it's not really clipping the mesh or the model that much. The reason for that is because with these look at modifiers, let me fix that a little bit. There we go. You can put a angle limitation on it, and I highly recommend this part. Angle limitation. And so the primary limit angle is you can limit how far it will actually turn, which is like that prevents from like breaking your neck and stuff. You gotta be cautious about a dead zone. Yeah. But like this. So if I go all the way over here and then go all the way back here, see how his head doesn't break? It just stays there. Good for non-owls, exactly. So his head won't actually go past that limit, which is phenomenal. And yeah, highly recommend messing with those, with the angle limitations and all that. But yeah, so the cool thing that we're doing with this look at marker is when we come to the trash, this is, I'm so hyped about this, these bones. I never thought I'd be so hyped about a bone in my life. Boom, boom, ready, start. Let's go full screen. So we made it. So can you replace the point with just an angle or rotation? Potentially. But what I did was, or what we did is we ended up, instead of looking at the marker, we now can look at the trash. You can look at anything you want and see how it not a process. It's not in the process or anything. It just will update its position. Now, of course, we want to tween it back because when you leave, it just snaps. So we're going to have to eventually come back and tween it, but it just stays locked on. Really cool. I feel like bones make world run, you know? Oh, for sure. For sure. A good bone can make your day complete. Probably. Covino, what do you think is most important factor in teamwork? Clear vision, safety with each other, support, quality. You can quality check each other's work. Out of, like, if I had to pick from those 4, I would say picking from those 4 would be clear vision number 1. Because with a clear vision, support, quality, and safety all come from it. They all come from a clear vision. Having me on the team, that's a safety hazard. But I think from a real standpoint, having a clear vision is really something that defines everything when it comes to teamwork. Because if you don't have a clear vision, join my team, I heard. Yeah, if you don't have a clear vision, then your quality is going to be lacking. Your teamwork is going to be, your support will be lacking, because if you don't have a clear vision, that means not everyone is in alignment. And if everyone's in an alignment, then they know, like, oh, I should be helping so-and-so with this thing. Or this person could use some help so we can achieve our mission under the vision. And then safety. I mean, safety just comes with, if you're working with a team, like, everyone's looking out for each other. That's what a team is. It's everyone looks out for one another. Make sure that you're pushing each other to be the best version of yourself possible, so then you can accomplish and reach towards that vision. We have a system called Moral Hazard. You have me, I will be paid a lot for no work. It's literally called risk pricing. Yeah. But that's what I would say. Why do you ask? Are you forming a team? Let's see. All right. Now, game dev. Oh, if any of your viewers are still here, by the way. Everyone just leaves the moment I start talking about the jiggle bone. I feel like that would encourage more people to come. A friend looking for Unity devs, huh? Yeah, I'm looking at some tools that ensure great teamwork. Ooh. Ooh. If you could, I'd be open to you sharing these tools with me. Like, because I've done a lot of research on team building tools and stuff. It's called Merging Minds. I haven't heard of that one. But yeah. Send me those links as well, because I'm always interested in finding better ways to collaborate. Because speaking of collaboration and teamwork, for those of you who don't know, we're building a game studio, Freedom Forge Studios. And just by viewing, just by watching, just by being here, you are part of the team. And what does that mean? That means that you're part of creating something amazing, something great. Too many times have we had games where all of our favorite games have kind of devolved into this loss of love for the game, and they start prioritizing things like monetization and the investors and whatnot. And we're just not about that here. We're not about that. We think that in creating games that are focused purely on the player experience and making the player's experience the most important thing, then the downturn of that will be that we'll create better games, more successful games, just overall a more positive culture as well. And so what we're doing here at Freedom Forge Studios is we are currently hiring for contract work some 3D modelers, and then soon we're going to be having also we're opening it up to programmers and to musicians and voice actors, sound effects creators, all that kind of stuff. And so here we are. We have a style guide, currently still in progress, still work in progress, still building it as we go. But the style guide basically breaks down everything that we're looking at. And then of course, in order to actually take in your work, we need you to sign the Freedom Forge Studios Creative Asset Submission Agreement. That way we can ensure that we properly credit you, and hopefully we can provide you compensation for the amazing games that we start building. I need some sort of words and background for whenever Covino does his repeat salesman pitch slash spiel. Salesman pitch slash spiel. Generic. How would people know that we're looking for more people to dive into the teamwork if we weren't talking about this? I sent you the link. It's by a Belgian college. It's also completely in English. Ooh, I like that. As it is also intended for international students and people outside higher education. Dope. It's streamer housekeeping. Holy notifications. Listen, I'm a popular person. What could I say, Lime? If I showed you guys my list of DMs, holy moly. Holy moly. It gets, my DMs are crazy. It just thus the life of someone on social media. I need to go get ready for bed now. Have a great stream. Hyped for Cooking with Covino. Indeed, iHeart. We'll catch you tomorrow. Have a great night. Sleep well. Enjoy your evening. And thank you for the raid. Read my last message out loud. If you can read this, you smell amazing and are a beautiful person. Aw, thank you, Savage. Holy moly, that's so nice of you. And I was concerned it was gonna go a completely different direction. Huh? Thank you. All right, so with that motivation, let's. Thank you for the 15 push-ups, Generic. All right, and then we can focus on work. That sounds like something I'd say for sure. It does, doesn't it? Whew, just a real sweetie pie, as they say. Oh. Whew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Ugh. Ooh. Oh. Boom. All right. Let's get to work. Whew. Those push-ups look like AI. Jack, what you mean? You're from 12 to 14? I counted 13. I definitely did 13, and then 14, and then 15. For sure. For sure. Why would I cheat myself? 45 watching. Indeed, Aaron. Indeed. He's doing this counting thing for a few years now. I think he's got the hang of it. I think I do. Remember when you ate that cookie, Covino? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't recall. I guess people just join in late. I mean, Aaron, we did just get rated by iHeart. We did get rated by iHeart. But yeah. We usually average around 30 something. 32, I think. Making our push to averaging 75 by the end of the year for 3 months in a row. The pre-partner push. What time will the stream be? We'll start tomorrow. Same time as always. 11:30 EST. Or I think that's 5:30 Europe time. He's been doing this coding for 8 months. At least he's suspicious about his counting. Cooking stream, right? Yes, Cooking with Covino, episode 2. Where we are making something amazing. Something secret right now. But it's to show off my cooking ability. It is, I will say, it is a very difficult dish. And it's a very adult dish. What did you make in episode 1? We made pierogi. If I get a tier 4 sub, will Covino make my game for me? There's no such thing as a tier 4 sub. It's so secret you don't even know what it is yet. I had to go buy the stuff for it. What do you mean? I have to be careful about doing these Cooking with Covino episodes because they cost me a lot of money. Like a lot of money. Interesting. So the rotation is still changing. Look at that. It still changes on the... Here. Wait, where did the host go? Wait, what the? It says I'm off the map. How much money are potatoes, mayhaps? I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Potatoes. Oh, I guess for the pierogi stream. The pierogi stream was like a solid... It was like a solid, I want to say $50. Something like that. It was quite expensive. No, maybe not 50. Maybe closer to 30. $30. That sounds about right. Oh, it's not getting the rotation. And now with the price of eggs, that price of eggs is going down though, luckily. Yeah, look at that. The rotation of the player. 50, that's a week's budget. Yeah, Lupo, it was expensive. It was expensive, whatever it was. This today, or tomorrow altogether for the cost, because rotation is not an input. Right, we have to do that next. Tomorrow, the price of everything is... I think around $60 or $70. Something like that. I think. Yeah, I don't remember. I have to go look at the receipts. But it's quite expensive. It is quite expensive. Oh no. We got ads coming in. So we're gonna chuck on the words. Chuck on the words. heading to level 4, not a snore. And then when we get back, then we're gonna get to some game dev. We spent too much time not game deving, and we gotta get back to it. Get back to it. But I will be right back real quick. Boop. All right. I have returned. Yay, Covino's back. Oh my god, we missed you so much. Wow, yay. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Turn these words off. Lupo. Nice try. Nice try. No, no, no. Didn't you ask for permission, Lupo, to be able to do next? When will Covino stream become more interactive? What do you mean, Aaron? Ho? Ho? Yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, I did. What do you mean by more interactive, Aaron? I did, and lo and behold, still don't have it. Generic doesn't. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. So, next thing we need to do is let's get that positioning going. Insult Aaron. No, Aaron's just typing up a big thing about how we can be more interactive. And I am here for it. I am here for it. There are plans for it in the long run, if I think I know what Lupo means. Lupo means. Or what Aaron means. But yes, indeed. Oh, money? Aaron, yeah. All right, 2,000 more document on how you can. Aaron, if you want to do that, I will take the time to read it and fully take it in. Absolutely. You can set it on Discord if you want. You can put it anywhere. But yeah, I am here for that. 100%. If anyone has any way, like, because really the way we're going to build up Freedom Forge Studios right now comes down to me becoming a better streamer. Not just a better streamer, but a better game developer as well. And so I think a lot of people vibe with our mission and our vision. And so I think it really just comes down to letting more people know, getting better. And yeah, 100% open. So please let me know. That might even be a good... I think I have a section in there in Discord. If I don't, I should make one. Yeah, I should make one in Discord. Oh, I have one for subscribers. Yeah, suggestions. It can be a fun game. What can be a fun game? Making an anvil drop on your head with a redeem would be nice, though. We've been talking about that. That would be phenomenal. That's more of an overlay type deal, though. Like a Godoverlay type thing, where the anvil just comes down and boop. It'd have to be an overlay because of the camera. So it'd have to go over the camera. And then somehow land on top of my head. I'll write down for the Godoverlay. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, so we want to copy over this thing here. Right mouse, left mouse, maybe. Oh, I will warp the camera source so it looks like you get squished. Now that would be sick. If you could do that, that would be really cool. I guess we would have to. We do export var mouse left. Export var mouse right. And then right. Mouse right. Like 30 degrees Celsius, huh? Can you warm the camera source so it looks like he has a normal sized nose? To like 30 degrees. Wait, what do you warp? What are y'all trying to say? Trying to say that I have a big nose? Is that what's happening? Left. Mouse right, mouse left. If input controller dot mouse right, input controller dot mouse left. Not much warping needed on that squished head part. I loved my joke. But your joke just wanted to be friends. Oh, definitely not just friends. What? Now I'm lost. None of you are making sense. Let's do here. Go there. Multiplayer, host. Yeah, I think we lost the meaning there. I think so too. What did you just do? I just did the inputs for the mouse controller to go right and left. Ah. Okay, that didn't do anything. Yeah, in a very bad way. Aww. Oh wait, I didn't synchronize it, that's why. Wait, in a very bad way? Was I not supposed to do it this way? For sure not this way. Okay. Let's fix that then. Ah. How do we... Mouse mode, config hidden. Oh, I do need to do this as well. I'd like to hide the mouse when we're holding the button. And the camera. Ah, aim. That's right, aiming. We don't want to do that though. So then what is the proper way of doing this then? Let's revert back to where we were. Mouse left. Goes here. Boom. Mouse right. Goes here. Boom. Also, everyone here, we have... No one said anything yet, and I'm really surprised. Did y'all not notice something different? Something visually different? Pleasing? Wow, Covino, your new shaved beard looks so good. Oh, I heard that. Thank you. Did you get fatter? No. No, new shirt. I mean, yes, but no. I shaved my beard. Your beard always looks visually pleasing, Covino. Aw, thank you, North Pole. You shaved your beard, just thought your face was swollen. Rude. Rude. I shaved my beard. I did shorter. I think most people just don't care about your beard. I think so, ironic. I think so. Well, they come here for the high quality programming. That's what it is. Focus on work. Thank you, Bumblebite. I literally can't see a difference. Must be potato used for a camera. I use a great camera, don't I? I no longer can put my fingers through it. Got my own beard problems. What can I say? I like a man with a beard. Interesting. Too bad you'll never get this man. For you. Don't pay attention to yours. Alright, so let's see here. What is the proper way? What is... Oh, that's right. Oh, wait a sec. Lerp. Not this man, though, right? Which man? With Covino, we at least have a beard. Just need to find a man. What do you mean? What do you mean? Hey, Tebow, welcome back. Just the manliest man around. Manliest man around, that's all. Alright, so let's see here. You have a nice beard, don't worry. Thank you, Tebow. See, why can't all of you be like Tebow? Alright? I don't know what the conversation is about. Don't worry about it. Anywho. Enough glazing. Back to work. Gotta focus up. We do the movement. How do we do the camera? I mean, Tebow is like me. I missed your message. Hang on. Just because your beard is visually pleasing doesn't mean I want you. True. I hope. See, I try not to mention the beard. Last time I told a streamer they had a nice beard, she got really upset. Oh. Yikes. That's what we should do. Next time we see iHeart, we should be like, wow, iHeart, really like your beard. She doesn't have a beard. A beard is like sunglasses for the lower half of your face. Some got Ray-Bans, some have cardboard cutouts. Interesting. See, I like the beard. I like my beard. North Pole, you have a great beard. Very full, big beard. Really accentuates the manliness. Oh, it's the bot controller, that's why. Anytime, I got you. Camera pivot. Maybe the rotate camera event. Potentially. The nice thing about a beard, though, is it can cover your face. So what you do, people like me, you wear a hat or a hood. You do this. You wear a hood, then you put sunglasses on, and then it just leaves. It basically leaves the rest up for like a mystery. That way no one can ever see you. It's almost like putting a cardboard or like a paper bag over your head. Kind of leaves things up to mystery. And then the mind can add in what it wants to add in. Wait, I always thought North Pole was a girl. Although here in the EU, there can be a mix-up. North Pole is just North Pole. What can we say? Worked for Batman, exactly. Although Batman's secret identity, let's be real, is a pretty good-looking guy. Pretty good-looking guy. I am woman. That you are, I think. Did you read the Achieving Better Mouse Input in Godot 4 Perfect Camera Controller article by Yo Soy Freeman? No, I haven't actually. Do you have a link to that? And a pretty rich guy as well. Facts. What is it called? Better... Nope, it's okay. That's okay. Nope. I'm taking you for your word. 'Twas joke. Let me copy this link. Copy. Paste. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Why'd you say it like that? Let's start with the basics. Mouse input is more complicated than you think. Have you ever wondered why looking around feels so different between games? It is mostly because of how mouse input is handled. One may be tempted to think this is a trivial issue. You just have to ask the mouse for information you need and you're done. However, once we start to dig a bit deeper, we can see how it's more complicated than that. With the current regulatory climate, it might need verification in some cases. Yeah, you'd like verification, wouldn't you? You tell him, North Pole. Don't know how you implemented yours. Ours, we just took the input right here. We did a camera pivot rotation based off of the relative location and our mouse sensitivity. Let's handbrake that topic. Yeah, let's handbrake this for now. Just game dev. Heard mouse behavior becomes a bit unpredictable when a cat is nearby. I could see that. For example, how often are we asking for information? A common mistake is we ask for it every frame. If you do this, you're asking the last mouse event in that frame without having to take into account the actual motion of the mouse between them. This will produce jittery and unreliable inputs that will translate into jittery and unreliable controls. If you don't take into account viewport size / resolution, it might be a bit different on some PCs. Oh. Most game engines hide all of this complex behavior and offer a simplified way of using the mouse. For example, in Unity documentation, you just get access. Yeah. So that's it. Problem solved, right? Well, kind of. Well, while this makes things easier, it also implies that you have no control over how the mouse responds in your game. Specifically, if you don't have access to the source code to take a peek on how things work under the hood. But I know you came here for Godot, so let's talk about how Godot handles it. It doesn't. Well, I want to definitely stop after my last comment. North Pole, you should drink some water. Drink some water. Drink some water. It's good for you. Updated my controllers based on this article. It was cleaner. Oh, sweet. That's what we'll definitely do. You can say what you want. True. Godot has a really powerful input system, which works via the input events, right? and the input singleton in conjunction with the input map, right? Create custom actions, assign specific maps, because Godot is general purpose engines used for, and this is such a specific topic, there's no consensus yet about how it could be implemented in a transparent way to satisfy all users. As a result, you are expected to handle this yourself in a way that better fits your project. Luckily, Godot provides all that is needed to implement it, but it implies a little more care and understanding about how your events work in the first place. Frankly, it's like a few lines fix. Oh, article is very thorough. Gotcha. I haven't noticed any weirdness about it in all the years working with it. Oh yeah, VIP. Let's go with that one. I didn't mean because I can't ban you. Wait, thanks, Savage. I like being treated like a VIP. But you're not a VIP, North Pole. You're a mod. But then again, all of our mods are very, very important people. Very important. Some might even argue more important. Usually game devs have weird mouse behavior when the dev decides to run mouse input through some weird filter. Usually when they build for controller first. That makes sense. And we do have to keep in mind, we are still building for controller as well. That's something to keep in mind. But not the priority right now. I had some psychology stuff in the workings with my godmother. I'd like to write some additional information. Ooh, that sounds phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal, North Pole. Appreciate it. Yeah, hit me up. Let me know. Keep me updated. I've heard good things about Phantom Camera as well. Phantom Camera. What is the Phantom Camera? And what is the use case for it? GitHub. Copy. H paste. Oh, it's an add-on. README. Phantom Camera. It's designed to provide simplify common behaviors for the built-in camera. Heavily inspired by Unity's package, Cinemachine. Oh, I've heard of that one. Allows for simple behaviors such as following, looking at specific nodes, and optimal smooth dampened movement. Oh. So it's like a follow cam in a way. I'd also be interested in psychology stuff. Yeah, we do have for those of you who don't know, on our Discord, we do, because we're all about improving, growing, and all that. And I understand, like, I've been through a lot. And so we do have a whole psychology section here as well within our Discord. So if you're ever interested in learning about psychology, diving a little bit deeper, trying to better yourself, would recommend. Would recommend. I wanted to use it, but because my game doesn't have an up direction, might be taking into account that kind of stuff. Huh. So let's go to camera whenever I need more complex camera mechanics. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm a fan of group social dynamic. Fan of group social dynamics. Yeah, super interesting. I think a lot is super interesting. Right now, I have some specifics about unharmful communication and self-development for young adults. Ooh, I like that stuff. Another really good one is Healthy Gamer, GG. That one's very good. Because he's more specified for, yeah, this guy. He's more into, for those who are gaming and whatnot. He's more into gamers and I think really game developers as well, because we kind of fall into that category. I think it's really interesting, his approach on everything. So if anyone struggled with anything, check him out for sure. He has a bunch of YouTube videos as well that breaks down it all. But yeah, really good content. He started popping up as I was getting out of my slump. But definitely was useful and helpful. All right, processing input events can become quite expensive. They're not handled carefully. And that's the thing, I don't think we're handling ours carefully. We have event relative, that's what we're doing. Working with event relatives property. It's pretty short, does not explain much about the intended use, but it seems to imply that the property represents the travel of the mouse from one frame to another, which has led many users, specifically new ones, to something similar like this. I feel called out. Well, we did X and Y though, we split it. We did split it. I'd probably add information that these are recommendations by a real psychologist oriented towards young adults. Yeah, I think that would be really good too. But raw mouse isn't affected by the stretch thing. I don't think it is. Not sure. Properties that relative contains the relative position to the last frame only if input accumulation is enabled. Otherwise, multiple input calls can happen in a single frame. Means we must add the new relative value to our mouse input instead of assigning it directly. So plus equals relative. Oh my. Okay. I feel like these two articles we need to save for later because we need to get more stuff done. Langos, how you doing? Welcome back. I don't think those are specifics I'm going on about, but that's rather interesting for sure. For sure. All right, so let's just figure out getting the input controller to handle our camera stuff and our mouse. So then that way, we don't want this to stay local. So then that way we can sync the character's rotations as well. That way we can see which direction the character is moving. So it's not constantly only X and Z or X and Z. Was looking on Duck that is being noticed somewhere. Oh? Where your Duck game's being picked up somewhere? That's phenomenal. Oh, my back. That's really cool. All right, region camera handling. Nope, I didn't say that. Oh. Was looking on Duck that is being noticed somewhere. I don't know what you mean by this then. I just looked at it. If it is noticed anywhere. Oh, I see, I see. At the itch analytics, gotcha. All right, so region camera handling. Unhandled input. Event inputs. I just don't get why devs want to make something simple like mouse input interpolated and weird. We've had excellent mouses for decades, even when there was a ball rolling beneath them. That's true. I don't think it's a matter of making it complicated. I think it's just taking into account the scaling of how the mouse interacts with movement, specifically when it comes to... Ooh, I wonder if single player is going to break, actually. Okay, it doesn't. Specifically when it comes to a game like this, where you hold right click to rotate, and then left click will rotate the camera itself. And then going full screen, now it's a different thing. But using mouse relative is actually... It feels the same. Maybe slightly faster. The other thing I need to do is hide the mouse when we're holding right click. Because right now I'm holding right click. And then if I let go, we can strafe. Like that. And then hold left click. I can rotate the camera and move it around. And the idea with this is so when you're pulling an object, you could be over here pulling an object and you can like look around and be like, okay, there's an object over there that just spawned. Whoa! I keep forgetting that's broken. All right, human controller. Unhandled input. Let's see here. Input is mouse button pressed, so that wasn't the way we wanted to do it. We want to follow through with the NetFox example. And they have one for aiming. Camera. Get viewport, get camera 3D. Mouse position. This is for aiming though. And we don't want that. We don't want direct aiming. Because this is more for an FPS type. I was just thinking about how famous am I? Either on Twitch game dev streams or itch. Langos, something I'd say is don't even think about like fame. It's not worth it. It's just gonna, it's like the same concept as like, it's something neat, I guess, but it's more of like an ego filler, which is completely useless, you know? So I wouldn't even worry about it. Because you can accidentally fall down a really dangerous path. Really dangerous path by doing that. Covino, following the logic we've used, all inputs are collected in input controller, includes input events. Right. And so I thought to add the input event. Oh, not just this. Instead, we should add this part as well, and really just add this entire, these two functions in basically. So we would add this. But if it has rotate camera, then does that mean we want to put the rotate camera function in as well? Into the input controller? I don't care about it. I'm just a bit interested. Well, the fact that you're interested makes you do care a little bit. Because camera is not network dependent. Oof. Yeah, it's an oof moment, Langos, but like, let's be real. Be real with ourselves here. And it does, like, I don't think anyone would disagree that fulfilling an ego feels good, but it's a matter of, is it good? And I don't think it is. But we still want to have the unhandled input in the human controller, right? And then we call it from the input controller to the human controller? No. Oh, so we just literally just take the whole thing out and slap it into the input controller. Oh. Input controller. And then the character we need. Anyways, I should go. It's like really, I should go like really soon. Sounds good, Langos. No, the character stays. So the character's rotation will stay. The character's rig rotation and the... You need to... Bye-bye, guys. Sounds good then, guys. Have a great one. Thank you for stopping by again. You need to sync the rotation change. Okay. Go back to the human controller. Repaste this. Go back to the input. And so we don't want this in here, but we need a way to call it. Okay. Camera is local. Nobody else cares. Rotation is global, since it needs to show up on all PCs. Right. So rotate camera shouldn't be in here. Should not be in the input controller. So how we did it with movement? Well, with movement, we just did the pressed buttons. And this is rotate camera. Oh, so we're turning these into bools. So what it would be is this becomes a Boolean. No. Oh, man. Camera should be handled here. This is okay. So this part is okay. Only thing that needs to go externally is the rig rotation. Right. But how do we get that rig rotation? We need to save how much the rig needs to rotate and sync it. So we need a variable for rig rotation, and it will be this would equal rig rotation. And then locally we say character rig rotation dot y minus equals input controller rig rotation. Yep, okay. Export var rig rotation. Why not just send rotation if changed? Well, we are, but we need to figure out what we're sending. And this is a... What is this? This is a event relative act. Is this a Boolean? No, I mean a float? Or a vector? You send the difference. Yes. I just went a step too far. Oh, I did. Wait, so rig rotation equals... And then we need mouse sensitivity, but it doesn't care about that. The input controller shouldn't care about mouse sensitivity since that's local and it would change. So then we would say we'd have to get the human controller. Sure, it should. Globally? Input control is the only local part. So export var mouse sensitivity. But how are we... Gotta sleep? Sounds good, Tebow. Appreciate you being here. Sleep well. Have a great night. Have a nice stream. Thank you. Appreciate it. Camera pivot, rotation Y. Event relative. I just don't understand how... Need to expose camera pivot. Focus on work. Thank you, Aaron. Expose camera pivot. Oh, okay. camera pivot. There we go. Export synced variables. Export category local variables. So now we need to take this rig rotation. All that's left is to rotate the rig on the human controller. Right. So to rotate the rig on the human controller, we want... Would it be input controller dot... I guess this would have to go in the physics process. Dot unhandled input. No, it doesn't sound right. You already know rig rotation. Right. Need to apply it. Right. I just don't know where we apply it. Just in the process? Rig dot rotate or rig. Physics process seems okay. Wait, I don't even have the character dot rig rotation y minus equals input controller dot rig rotation. Just slap it there. Don't forget to disable unhandled input in human controller and sync the variable. Yeah, I just deleted that completely. And then we need to sync input controller. And we want the rig rotation. We don't want the mouse though, right? We just want the rig. Mouse left and right isn't even used. So now we are syncing the rig rotation as well. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Let's try it. See if we're forgetting anything important. Host. Asdaz. Join. Connect. Bada bing. Oh. Ah, that's not good. So now we have the issue of this. It's still rotating, even though I'm not touching it. It just continuously rotates because the rig rotation is in the physics process. So it's going to keep rotating. So we don't want this in the physics process. We shouldn't send changes, just values. So in the input controller, is there a function calculate direction? Not sure. It sounds like move toward. But we want would we want to in input controller do minus equals, in human do equals? Rig rotation minus equals? But we need a base value for the rig rotation. Don't we? At least I would think we would. Or else it's going to be like 0 minus, which then would move us left. Maybe not. Oh. Huh. It's still getting, look at this. Up and down is going right and left. I go up, it goes right. I go right, it goes up. Look at that. We almost just jumped off the edge. Because it's doing it set to its camera. Check this out. I bet if I do this, then walk straight, then it works. Left, right. So it's basing it off of the, there's getting rotations for all of them. Oh. Check in unhandled. Unhandled input. Instead of syncing the input calls, sync position itself. Need a check here. Hang on. So we need to say the check we need is for the server, right? Or is it for the authority? Authority. So we put a big check here going if multiplayer dot is actually dot multi this is on self. Self? That's not a number. It's a bool. Ah! What up, nerd? How you doing? Position sync opens up for cheating and more expensive than input. Yeah. We don't want no cheaters in our game. There's no way it's this easy, though, where it's just authority. Probably need, like, a PID or something in there. Boom, connect. I mean, it's not esports MMO. You don't know that. Doing great, brother. Game contest is over. Now all I gotta do is code and chill. Hey, there you go. How did the contest go? Or are you saving those results for tomorrow? Boom. Here we go. Here we go. Also, Nurk, have you seen this yet? We kind of sort of got multiplayer going. Look at that. The character rotates on both screens. The tail flops. He runs the wrong direction based on the camera. Back it up. Move it over. It's still basing it off the camera, which is not good. But he kind of moves. And we still got trash that we can pick up. And all that. It went well, not saving for tomorrow. I'm no longer streaming during the week. Wait, what? Yo, that's huge. Sync movement. Indeed. You're no longer streaming during the week? Are you streaming on the weekends? Did you stream today? Wait, what? What is going on? Man, oh man. Nurk's too good for us now. Haven't streamed in a week. Started new 9 to 5. Oh. Gotcha. I was gonna say, I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. But I get all my days mixed up now at this point. There's no physics yet. Correct. Try to squeeze in stream during the weekend. Okay. Okay. There we... Oh. Player fell off. Man. Well, if you haven't seen this game, it's basically we have a bunch of pieces of trash. We have little trash and we got big trash. And you put them in the proper trash cans, whether it's compost, trash, or recycling. And then you can currently it's a mix of stuff. Yeah, it's a mix of problems right now. And you can pick up the trash and it changes like your movement speed and stuff. So if you have a little trash, nothing happens. You just speed up. It's gonna break the game though if I do it. And then if you pick up big trash, then it's gonna slow you down, but you get more points. Yeah. All right, slowly getting into the host, but right now. All right, so let's see here. Authority, but that didn't work. There's no physics yet. Movement, force, and direction, no. Currently it's a mix of stuff. Slowly getting into the host, but right now. Okay, so we need to... I wonder if it's this camera event as well. Multiplayer authority. I'm dying to see performance on synchronizers you guys use. Oh yeah, I'm excited to see it. It should, like, Munglo has been using synchronizers, and the performance on his game is looking really good, really good. But I don't think we're gonna be able to tell really until we actually chuck it up on itch and go for it. Can't you just have generic gun for a week? Hire generic for a week? That would be smart. That would be very smart. If I had the money. Nope, that still doesn't do it. It's kind of there, but as you can see, we're running off a cliff. But if I face the same way... Oh, wait. I fell off. Wait, what? I need more devs in chat. True. I'll go use GDScript and sync this. No, he doesn't use GDScript. He uses C#. Unfortunately. It means I don't have to work so hard when Ironic's not here. Yeah, but that's the thing. Ironic hasn't been able to, hasn't done multiplayer before. So this is new for Ironic too. Ironic's sitting there taking notes right now. Going crazy. Actually, I don't even know if Ironic's in chat. Yeah, Ironic's just taking notes, learning. Never done Godot before. True. All right. So why is this still not working? We're checking the authority for the camera. We're checking the authority for the inputs. Pretty sure his note says, God, this is stupid. Maybe. Maybe. Oh man, we gotta focus up. We're running out of time. We gotta run out of time. Okay. Mathematics. Let's do this. So, multiplayer authority. But that's not working. So, what's another way of making sure that the camera is local only? And not taking in the rotations when it's not. We specify the authority. Maybe? No. True if the local system is the authority of this node. That didn't work. .5. Ten generation family tree of if statements is my favorite kind of code. Oh boy. We don't need to export this. Do you have any knowledge about sync tick rate with terminology, with a terminology like this? Oh, Bumblebite. I do know a little bit from what Munglo said. And what you want to do that typically works really well is setting it to 0.1, and then you want to do on change. On change 0.1, and that tends to help. That's all I know about that. Go with NetFox for tick syncing. Yeah, that's what we're using currently. Good old NetFox. Dang it. Okay. We're using standard synchronizers. Well, yeah, but we're using NetFox. Oh, I guess we're using the no ray. Man, NetFox no ray. Okay, I can relate to what he suggested, not sending if there's no change. Yeah. All right, what is going on? This is not Godot eNet. To my understanding, it still is. We're still using Godot's high-level multiplayer API, but it's like added in with some other jam. We buttered it. Rig rotation. We don't use other jam at all. Ignore me. I got nothing then. No other jam. There's no jam. There's no butter on our toast. It's just plain bread. It's not even toast. We just have bread. All right. What the heck is going on? Tried using NetFox, we failed. There's some legacy code in there. Wait, what? NetFox failed? I thought it works. Guess who's back? Guess who is back? Guess who is back? I'm guessing Cam is back. Tell a friend. Cam is back. Netflix works, but is currently disabled. Right. Okay. We got ads playing. We're gonna chuck on words one more time. I just gotta pee really bad. Really bad. And then we will fix this rotation and we will fix the rotation. Kick butt, takes names. Have you watched Confession of a Teen Fraudster yet? No. Update on Realm Rapture Android? Not yet, Aaron. Not yet. Not yet. That's gonna be, I'm gonna be making sure that gets out after Cooking with Covino. So the plan goes as follows. I have to prepare for Cooking with Covino. That's gonna take up the rest of the night tonight, and it's gonna take up tomorrow morning for last minute. When is Cooking with Covino? Tomorrow. And then after that comes into probably that's when I'll do the Google stuff to make sure. And then we go into the fixing up the style guide, the submissions, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, come on. I'm at work. I'm sorry, Cam. I'm sorry. All right. I'll be right back real quick. Bloop. Whew! I have returned. Whew! Welcome back from ads, everyone. Bloop and bloop. Let's turn off this autopilot here. Bada bing, bada boom. Down, down. Bow. Tease. Bait. Oh. Bite. There we go. Okay, let's get these words off. And player rotation. That's all we want. That's all we want. And then I have a lot to do tonight. Holy moly. Whew. All right, let's see here. Camera rotation event. Multiplayer is multiplayer authority. And that didn't work. Because it's not... Or it is syncing. No. It's getting the position relative to the client's camera or the host camera, the other person's camera. And that's not good. We need it to convert. But if we were to sync that, then now all of our cameras are going to rotate. And we don't want that either. So how do we get the other person's, I guess, rotation and movement? Movement based on rotation? Or based on, not rotation, on, what's the word? On the camera? Based on the other person's camera. How do we do that? Let's see. Height difference, global, projected array. No. If not camera, camera get viewport. That's for getting a camera. I don't know why we would want to do that though. Would we? Elif, length, aim. Camera as a camera 3D. And then movement, aim. LN1, we use pure eNet. 2, in order to enable NAT punch through, we tried to use a wrapper called NetFox No Ray. It simply uses a relay server if direct eNet fails. 3, NetFox Core has a suite of synchronizers that work over standard multiplayer peer, such as rollback synchronizer. Yeah. Last input. If mouse mode. That's for hiding the mouse, which could be useful. Get mouse mode is equal to mouse mode confined. Not sure what that means. I think it's confined to the window. Get viewport, get camera 3D, mouse position. Okay. Strange.
Oh, now he's
that's loud. Guessing the relays for input and the NetFox deterministic rollbacks. I think it's... I guess I can Google. I have no clue. My mind is all over the place right now. All over the place. Relays for all communications. It's completely unrelated to rollbacks and stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm saying yeah as if I know what I'm talking about. That That's just the spawning stuff, though. Camera, ray, normal, mouse position. Oh man, we just want to finish. Just get this going. Rotate camera. And it's getting the position locally. Or globally. Globally? Locally. Character velocity. Camera pivot, transform basis. Do we need to share our direction? Maybe that's it. Wait. Waiting. Only network programming I've done is was C, include system, sockets, header, like real programmers. Ah, you do 2 rotations? This is the, yeah, so we have a, this is our rig rotation for walking. And then we do a, that's basically, so if I press right, we'll rotate. And then the other rotation is for the mouse as well. So there's 2 different rotations. Like the mouse, one of the mouse inputs has a rotation built in as part of like the camera movement. And the other one is like actual just moving. That explains it. Oh, you think that would be it? So just to remove them then. If I remove both of them, then that could be what's causing it. It's actually just simple time server as demo. Maybe I should take another look into network programming. Maybe. I would love to learn more about network programming and just multiplayer functionality. All right, let's see what happens now. So now, yeah, now we strafe. Yeah, it's still doing the movement stuff though. See how it's the opposites? I'm fine with no rig rotation. I think that's fine. We just now strafe. I'm okay with strafing. I like strafing. And then we use the rig to, we use the mouse to rotate the like everything else. Because now you can juke people. You can be like, oh, going this way. Oh. This way. But we need, yeah, the movement is just not synced. The rotation is synced, but the movement itself is going based off of the camera. Check all spots where you have rotation code. I just commented them all out. Find. Yeah, that's it. But I think we need this. I feel like we need to share our direction somehow, because then this is what's getting us based off the camera. And spot that camera pivot there. Yeah. So we would have to say what? Input direction equals the input from the controller. Camera pivot transform basis. So we need to do in the input controller, we want the camera pivot. No. You just send that as well. Send the camera pivot. But then wouldn't that pivot the camera for everyone? Just the rotation of it. So if we do the rotation of it, I feel like this is gonna pivot for everyone though. No. Oh, okay. Back. In the input controller. Oh, did I not sync it from the input? Oops. Did I not export that? But I did. I can't. Because this camera pivot, we don't want the node, just the value. So we should do the camera pivot rotation Y and rotation X as exported values. Export var camera pivot Y X. Export var camera pivot Y, like that, and then we set this. No, that wouldn't work. Oh, make them equal to that, I guess. Grab the value and save it to that. Okay, go into human controller. Human controller. See what you need. We want the direction. Specifically, we just want the camera pivot transform basis. What is that? Transform basis is the local space transform 3D relative to the parent, which means if the camera's looking to the right, then our forward axis changes. That's what that's doing. So if we're on like this is forward. And then typically, without this, if we look this way, this is still forward. But what this is doing, oh, the basis. What this is doing is it is now changing it with us. Basis of the transform is comprised of 3 axes: basis X, Y, and Z. Together, they represent the transform's rotation, scale, and shear. So we need to sync a basis. Yeah. But the transform basis. Oh, I'm just talking types. Gotcha. Okay. Export var camera basis. It's actually a vector, I think. I can't do it this way. Oh, typing is basis. Interesting. But don't I still need to do camera pivot? Oh. Now override it in the rotate camera. Rotate camera. But we don't use the basis here. We just want to update it here. Oh. And then we say camera basis equals camera pivot dot transform dot basis. Like that. And then we can synchronize it from the input camera basis. Sure, there's a better way to do this. I'm just not great with quaternions. Gotcha. I barely understand what a quaternion is, and I've only made multiplayer games, or 3D games, not multiplayer, 3D. Okay. Nope. That's still not doing it. Forward's good. Yeah. Still not good. Did you replace all the spots using it? Oh, wait, no, I did not. Camera basis equals camera pivot. So we need to say here, input controller dot camera basis. Input controller dot camera basis. I think that's everywhere. Yep. Now let's try it. Host, connect, test, ready, blah, blah, start. Please work. Slide to the right. Burnt. Slide to the left. Dun. One hop this time. Bump. Back. Forward. Right. Left. It's working now. That was it. I'm sure there's a better method for doing this. Woo. Oh, interesting. It's slightly off. Look at this. On this screen, we're nose to nose. But over here, now we're nose to nose. Huh. Yeah, I'm not touching that. It's doing better, but we'll have to figure that out later. Because it is slightly off. And that will cause problems in the future. But it's not bad. It's not bad. That's for sure. Not bad for sure. Man. Man, oh man. I think that's a good spot. I think that's a good spot. All Alrighty, folks. We're calling it here today. Big announcements time. Cooking with Covino, episode 2 is coming out tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream, Cooking with Covino. We're gonna be cooking something magical, something great. Short stream. Gamer, it's been 6 hours. But also, I have to get ready for the cooking stream. I still have to set up the game as a, I have to set up the cooking stream and all that, set my computer up as a server, get that going. But another announcement that we've been saving as a little secret here is, as those of you know who've been here for a long time, it is very difficult. It is a very hard task. It's nay impossible to get VIP status here on the channel. Until today, we have a special announcement that the newest VIP has been granted to Generic Gun. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, round of applause for Generic Gun as our newest VIP. VIP. Generic Gun embodies everything that we're standing for, helps out a ton, and I can't think of a better person to give it to. Wait, what? What does that mean? You're now a VIP. A VIP. You get a nice VIP badge. You can spam and chat if you want, and you have access to the skipping stuff, I guess. Do I have to shave my head? No. There's no shaving of head that needs to happen. No. But anyways, alrighty, folks, we're calling it here. I gotta set up for the stuff. Now, today is Sunday. So what that means is we're entering into Hypnotic's channel. Be sure to provide a dad joke, because he requires dad jokes on Sunday. Today is not Sunday for Hypnotic. I'm aware, Savage. Today is Sunday for us, though. It is Sunday for us. So be sure to include a dad joke as your first message. The message is, why don't game developers ever sleep? Because they're too busy debugging their dreams. Ha, 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 ha. All right, I will catch you all tomorrow for Cooking with Covino, episode 2. Be on the lookout. Be ready. And wait, in case anyone wants it again. Paste. Here we go. Adios. Boop. One sec. Oh, nuts. I hit him with an ad. Bye, YouTube.